Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. And good morning, everyone. It is a great honor to welcome you all to the opening ceremony of the 9th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2025 with the theme Geoeconomic Fragmentation and Energy Security. Can we give a little bit of more energy to this prestigious forum, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. My name is Rahma Alia, and I'm beyond honored to stand here before you as the Master of Ceremonies for this important event this morning. And first and foremost, allow me to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guests, Honorable Governor of the National Resilience Institute of the Republic of Indonesia, Ministers and Vice Ministers of the Cabinet Merah Putih, Excellencies, Ambassadors and Representatives from friendly countries, Distinguished Vice Governor of Lemhannas of the Republic of Indonesia, Distinguished Prime Secretary of Lemhannas of the Republic of Indonesia, esteemed speakers and moderators, ladies and gentlemen who present here at the ballroom, as well as those who are joining us online via Lemhannas YouTube channel. Once again, welcome to you all. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us start this event with the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Please rise. Please be seated. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, to commence this momentous occasion, let us begin with a moment of prayer. And to lead us in prayer, we would like now to invite Colonel Abdullah to the stage.
Honorable guests, let us take a brief moment to bow our head and offer a prayer to the Almighty God, is according to our own faith and belief. We lead the prayer in the Islamic tradition within the spirit of our shared national harmony. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabi ajma'in. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. O Allah, Lord of the world, we offer you our utmost praise and gratitude by your mercy and grace. You have united us in the 9th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum under the theme Geoeconomic Fragmentation and Energy Security. Amid a rapidly changing global landscape, you have granted us the opportunity to reflect, dialogue, and pursue collective solution for the common good. O Allah, the Most Wise, guide our thoughts with clarity, openness, and wisdom. Bless all leaders, scholars, and participants with insight, sincerity, and spirit of cooperation across the borders. May this forum serve as a meaningful contribution toward peace, justice, and sustainable global progress. O Allah, the Almighty, protect our nation and humanity from division, conflict, and energy and economic crisis, strengthen global solidarity, so we may work together toward a more stable, hopeful, and resilient future for the next generation. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Thanks, may God bless all.
Thank you very much, Colonel Abdullah, to have led us in prayer. Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite the Governor of the National Resilience Institute of the Republic of Indonesia to deliver his opening remarks. His Excellency Dr. Haji Tubagus Aceh Hasan Shadzili, MSI. The stage is now yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu. Yang kami hormati Menteri dan Wakil Menteri Kabinet Republik Indonesia, hadir di tengah kita Wakil Menteri Pertahanan Republik Indonesia, Bapak Marskal Madya TNI Doni Ermawan. Yang kami hormati Bapak Kepala Kantor Komunikasi Presiden, Bapak Hasan Nasbi. Yang kami hormati Penasehat Khusus Presiden Republik Indonesia bidang energi, Bapak Profesor Purnomo Yusdiantoro, yang juga mantan Wakil Gubernur Lemhannas Republik Indonesia. Yang kami hormati mewakili para menteri, para pimpinan lembaga negara, anggota DPR RI, serta seluruh undangan, para duta besar negara sahabat dari berbagai negara. Kemudian yang kami hormati juga para rektor, para akademisi, lembaga think tank dalam dan luar negeri, pimpinan asosiasi profesi, NGO, pusat
also involve the politics, the geopolitics, geoeconomy, and a lot of the variables. If you look at from time to time, the oil prices up and down is because of the politics. And lately, it's Iran-Israel's war that make the oil price jump up. And probably, if that continue, the war, I think the price, I'm afraid, is going to be moving up to a level of the 100. Now it's 88 today, dollar per barrel in the Brent prices. So, oil price is very important because other energies like coal, like new and renewable energy, all the energy is following the oil prices. If the oil price is moving up, then most of the energy price is also moving up. So oil price is got to be watched by us. Next. This is what we call it the balance of power in energy. You know, we don't talk the balance of power in the defense security, but this one's in the energy security. If we look at from 1990 to 2023, the global energy consumption is increasing from time to time. And then Asia is the most significant increase, especially in China, India, and then in Southeast Asia. In the Southeast Asia is Indonesia. So if we look at there, you know, the largest share is really but the global energy is mainly focused on Asia. Coal is the most significant energy for electricity in the Asia-Pacific region. If we look at there, you know, the China and the ASEAN countries taking up 50% of the total global energy share. If you look at the circle there, coal is the biggest one. The coal is the biggest energy consumption today. Next. Now I'm talking the transition, the global energy transition. We're talking the developing countries and developed countries. If we talk about the non-OECD and OECD, at the beginning, long time ago, if we look at the CO2 emission in the developed country is higher than us. Us, what I mean is the developing countries. But if we're moving up here, the developing countries' CO2 emission is higher than developed countries. Why? Because the developed countries now is moving to the services industries. But then, the developing country now is trying to industrialize, you know, their countries. That's why they need energy. That's why the CO2 emission is higher for the developing countries. The bad news is that if we see the temperature and the CO2 emission growth is in line from time to time. And that is the temperature that we really have a tolerance. Now the world is a little bit increasing the temperature. That really, you know, give us the warning that about the global warming. Next. This is the UN action in which the Indonesia also joining. The first one is in 1987. In 1987, Brundtland Commission. Brundtland was the Prime Minister of Norway. They said, if you want to abate with the environment, if you want to abate with the emission, first, poverty alleviation, pengentasan kemiskinan. You know, that's a good thing about the Brundtland. Then they move up to the Millennium Development Goal, and then moving up to the SDG and Paris Agreement. And Indonesia is very active in the Paris Agreement. You know, last November, our big team come to Baku, to Azerbaijan, you know, to join the COP29 to perform how we can save, you know, from the fossil fuel to the non-fossil fuel. You know, there's a key principle of the Sustainable Development, UN 2015. Next. That's what the Indonesia commitment. Our commitment until 2030 is that we can reduce 31% from the business as usual. But if we have support donation from the international community, then we can reduce further to 43% down from the BAU, business as usual. This is our commitment that's stated in the enhanced nationally determined contribution. Next. Then let's now go back to our country. What is the new renewable energy development in our country? Next. If we look at here, the concept that we develop, if we talk the energy transition, first we have to remember the umbrella above that is the transformation. So we're going to move from the decarbonization, energy transition, to decentralization and digitalization. You know what happened in our country? Kita banyak remote area. Ya. Banyak sekali yang belum menikmati listrik di daerah 3T. You know. So I think decentralization is very important. And then of course, we're gonna have to join also what they call it, digitalization. You know. Internet of Things, you know. The good news is, in this country, if we look at the new and renewable energy, you can see that, you know, the potential of geothermal, hydropower, we can now utilize is only 0.38%. It's still low. So, I would like to encourage all of you that we're gonna have to move. We're gonna have to develop the new and renewable energy for the sake of energy transition. Next. This is the dream that we have. Downstreaming, hilirisasi. The downstreaming idea, hilirisasi idea was started in year 2009 when we issued the law number 4 of 2009. But today is not enough. If downstreaming is start from the upstream, midstream, and downstream, but today, what we're gonna have to do is we move up to the end product. Jadi kalau di nikel, you know, yang kuning itu sudah bisa kita lakukan. You know, putih itu masih kita kerjakan. But the key of the game is the green one. Baterai. So we don't want to stop in the downstream, but we have to move to the end product, battery. So the hilirisasi definition now is moving up to the end product. There is a good thing and also the bad thing about coal. If you look at the coal downstreaming, you know, is coal gasification or coal liquefaction. The good news is the coal reserve in this country is enough for 50 years. But if we converted the unproven reserve to become the proven reserve, then the coal reserve can be sustained for 150 years in this country. That's a good thing about the coal reserve. But, Mr. Purnomo, you know, the coal, what can we do? On one side, we have a big coal reserve for more than 100 years. On the other side, coal is producing CO2 emission. I know one thing, you know, that President Trump sometimes ago said, no, coal power plant does not produce big CO2 emission, you know, but still, we have to commit. We have to commit for the sustainable development to reduce the CO2 emission. So what can we do? Coal gasification and coal liquefaction is the answer. So our government is moving to the right direction for the coal gasification and coal liquefaction that will reduce also the CO2, and they will also help to produce the syngas, dimethyl ether, LPG, and also the oil. So we got a lot of good things in this country. And we need your participation, to also join to develop the energy, because energy is very important for our nation and also for the global. Next. This is the potential of the carbon capture and utilization and storage. If we look at here, look at it. The potential capacity is 572 gigaton CO2. We got the huge area to inject the carbon capture. So carbon capture, utilization and storage is the new prospect of our business, but also prospect for the joining the sustainable development to reduce the CO2 emission. That's Indonesian future. Good policy that we can move to the carbon capture and storage. But of course, foreign revenue investment is important because there's a huge amount of investment. Market structure, no problem, but then we can have to achieve the economic of scale. Next. I think that's all that I have to share with you this morning. Thank you for your attention. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Professor Purnomo. Okay, Mr. Professor Purnomo has already discussed very comprehensive about global economic trends and energy transition, about how the potency of our energy and how about the relation between energy and economy and what is the challenge and opportunities. Okay, because we anticipate that Mr. Purnomo could be, maybe would be leave earlier, I open the floor for the question. There are maybe 2 questions. Please for the committee to prepare 2 questions to Mr. Purnomo. Okay. Please. Okay, 2. Thank you. Please state also your institution and the name.
I'm First Admiral Arif Badruddin, sir, from the Lemhannas RI. And my question to the professor is, considering the acceleration of our downstreaming development today and our ambition to reduce the emission by 2030, are you still optimistic that we can reach the target that already stated by our president? The second one is that carbon credit is still a myth for us, considering the complexities of the process to measure how much we reduce our emission. So do you think it is really possible for us to have carbon credit as one of our income for the future? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Second question, please. Satu-satu dulu. Oh, okay. Please.
Okay.
To answer.
Let me answer these first questions. Being the old man, sometimes I'm not remembering, a lot of things. Well, our big goal is in the year 2060, when we have to achieve net zero emission. That's the big goal. 2030 is the interim goal. But what I would like to stress in here, we have 2 options. What I like to do, because since we have here our friend from the foreign services, we need the international help so that we can have the optimistic target, 41%. So if you ask me, is it going to be happen? I say yes, but we have to struggle. In our new RUPTL, Rencana Usaha Penyediaan Tenaga Listrik, Nasional, our new and renewable resources is 61%. That's the big ambition, but we're gonna have to do it in this government. So, if you ask me, I'm optimist. But of course, with your help, the daily activities is very important for our society. They're like conversion, diversification, not to use the fossil fuel, So public awareness is also important. So that's why we want to encourage you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Purnomo. Okay, next, second question, please. Yeah. For the mic and okay, sorry. Maybe if we until waiting the technical problems, yeah. Mr. Purnomo said that we need the international help, right? Okay. And what do you think about current situation where United States is out from Paris Agreement? Do you know? How about the impact? Do you think?
To be frankly with all of you, I just talked to our friend here. So I better asking.
Oh, okay.
Asking.
Okay,
no,
we will.
He is from United States. So
Excuse me.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Excuse me, can I ask questions?
Yeah. Okay. Please.
Thank you very much, Pak Purnomo, for the very good presentations. My name is Irman Robinson, and I'm from P4N Lemhannas, Indonesia. I've got questions regarding the transitions, because we know together that climate change brings up two types of risk. The first one is a physical risk. If we have very slow transition, of course, this will impact our natural resources and also impact our economic, harvesting. But at the same time, if we have very slow transitions, there will be what we call transition risk, because transitions to the green energy will be, of course, takes also some cost. So my question is how we can balance this, and because we know together that sometimes some advanced countries like us to move very fast, because this is kind of soft control they have, and how or what kind of key indicators that we can use to know that we are not moving very fast, we are not moving very slow, so we can balance these two types of risks. Thank you very much.
What I would like to stress it, and I like it, is the Brundtland Commission concept. I mentioned to you that the Brundtland Commission concept is, if you want to achieve the sustainable development, first in the developing country, you have to fight with the poverty alleviation. Itu yang terbagus dari Brundtland Commission in 1987. Beliau mengatakan, beliau adalah Perdana Menteri Norwegia. Waktu beliau ditunjuk sebagai Ketua Komisi UNFCCC, beliau mengatakan, well, kalau aku di negara berkembang, aku pengen join untuk reducing emission, untuk sustainable development, I love it. But di negara berkembang, please, ada poverty. Dan inilah yang harus di-alleviate. Ada pengentasan kemiskinan. Saya mau tanya sekarang, I'm sorry, I have to say. In Indonesian language ya. Bayangkan aja. Kalau rakyat kita yang berada di dusun-dusun, pegunungan, yang ada di bawah angka kemiskinan. Apakah dia memikirkan konsepnya Maslow. Sandang, pangan, papan itu yang diutamakan. Biar survive dulu. That's why in every international conference, I said, well, Indonesia is a developing country. We love with the sustainable development. Our target is 2060 for net zero emission. Our interim target in year 2030 is 30%. Yes, we love it. We commit with the Paris Agreement, but, developing country, we still have some people is under poverty. So we're gonna have to fight first with the poverty alleviation. And I agree with Brundtland. You know, I keep saying this. In 1990s, when there was the conference in Rio de Janeiro, I don't know, you probably didn't come there. No? You didn't come there, yeah? To Rio de Janeiro. The first conference they said, we love the sustainable development. But wait a minute, developing country is different. It's not slow, but you have to tackle, the priority first. What is that? Sandang, pangan, papan. Itu teorinya Maslow. Jadi, bukan berarti kita nggak mau ikut-ikutan developed countries. But we love. But remember, we still have our friend, our people that's under the poverty line. So we move forward and we need your help. Yeah. I just asking him, why don't you speak? Can you help us?
Please, Mr. No problem, yeah.
Well, I'm not representing the European Union, but the European businesses in Indonesia. And we certainly are here to help, and maybe later on, unfortunately you will not be here, but I will talk about that also in my slides.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Okay, maybe for the Mr. that will ask, maybe in the second session, we will give you the opportunity. Okay, let's move to the second speaker, Mr. Jordan Lee. Mr. Jordan is an energy and climate policy specialist with a decade of experience working with governments and corporations. Jordan is currently a manager in the energy and climate practice at the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change, where he leads. The institute works with the government of Indonesia on energy transition and climate action initiatives. Beyond Indonesia, Jordan also helped establish the TBI Vietnam office and served as a strategy advisor to the president and chief negotiator of COP29 in Azerbaijan. Previously, Jordan lived in Qatar, where he worked as a consultant with McKinsey Company and as a research and policy fellow at Qatar University. He began his career at the United States Department of Energy in the Office of Energy Policy and System Analysis. Jordan also has a certificate in energy studies and BA in modern Middle East studies from Yale University. Okay, the impact of the US out from the Paris Agreement and then the current situation. Please, time is yours. 15 minutes, about 15, thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Professor, for the very insightful talk. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming. As mentioned, my name is Jordan Lee from the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. Although I am from the United States, I'm not here representing the United States, nor, I must admit, can I always understand what the United States government is doing. So I will speak to it to whatever extent I can, but I'm happy to answer any questions. There we go. So first, I will just walk through a few of my slides here, really going over the global investment policy and also geopolitical environment that we find ourselves in and the impact that it has on, on developing countries. But even as a first step, I just want to maybe take a step back and talk about, okay, why are we focusing, why are we discussing developing countries beyond just being here in Indonesia? So if we go to the next slide, if possible. So we see leaders from all over the energy analysis, advocacy, multilateral world consistently emphasizing that the energy transition and investing in the energy transition in developing economies is really critical to achieving not just our energy and climate goals, but a broad array of other development objectives. And one reason we say this, one reason we see this urgency is if we go to the next slide, we see that developing countries are really accounting for the majority of energy demand growth that we see globally. If we could go to the next slide, if possible. Oh. There we go, perfect. So we see historically, developing countries are accounting for the majority of energy demand growth, and even in some years, for example, 2019, 2023, accounting for all of the demand growth that we saw across the world. So as demand, let's say, shrunk in places like the United States, Canada, and then the EU, it grew very aggressively in developing or really non-OECD countries. And this is true not only historically, but we expect it to be true going forward as well. Even as so much of the world accelerates to meet the power demands of artificial intelligence and other digitization, really emerging economies, even particularly in Asia, so the ASEAN region, India, the Middle East, are going to really be the centers of energy demand growth, which is why this investment in the energy transition and energy sector overall in developing countries is so critical. So that's why this is important, but if we go to the next slide, we are introduced to the complication, and that is, despite this urgency, despite all this growth, only 15% of global, let's say, clean energy investment is going to developing countries outside of China. It is really concentrated in the US, in Europe, and in China, with China being the sort of undisputed leader globally. So despite all of this importance and this urgency, there's still something blocking this much needed investment in the energy transition in these countries, which is impacting the sector in all types of ways. But because we're not just going to look at investment overall, if we go one more slide forward, we see that beyond these sort of investment blockers, we also see different policy and geopolitical challenges as well. If we could move on to the next slide, if possible. Actually, yes, before then, we see there are several, oh, wonderful. Thank you very much. I didn't know you had the clicker. Oh. Yes, before then, we do see several countries, including Indonesia, trying to address this challenge by adopting these bold renewable energy targets, as actually the professor sort of mentioned in the last discussion. Indonesia's latest RUPTL, or electricity supply plan for PLN, has a bold 42.6 gigawatts of renewables. South Africa, target for 30 gigawatts. Vietnam, very ambitious targets as well. So these countries are looking to expand their clean energy sectors, but to do that, also as the professor mentioned, they need significantly more investment. Again, looking at Indonesia, in just the renewable energy generation, the figure comes out to about $11 billion per year of investment need to 2034. That compares to current figures of about $1.5 billion. In Vietnam, you see similar growth needed. In South Africa, similar growth needed. Again, underlining some of the investment that is needed and the challenges that are kind of standing in the way of that. And now, before we get to the beyond just the investment challenges, and let's see. Yes, there we go. Beyond the investment challenges, there are also policy and geopolitical challenges as well. So we see policies that are looking to put some kind of price on carbon to both grow demand for low carbon energy and also try and, let's say, reduce or slow the growth of demand for higher emitting products. But then you also see all kinds of trade tariffs and other supply chain disruptions that are impacting this as well. And on the geopolitical dimension, you see both these increasing geopolitical competition between leading economies, of course, between US and China, but also how that impacts the EU, other trade blocs like ASEAN, and other major economies like India. And then, as is relevant very much today, and for the last week or so, we have seen, these armed conflicts really stoking fears around energy security, both in terms of availability of supply. Will there be enough oil? Availability of supply. Will there be enough oil flowing through the Strait of Hormuz if hostilities continue? But also in terms of price, particularly after the war in Europe, war between Russia and Ukraine, sent oil prices up much higher than they had been historically. So these are all adding to the complexity that countries need to balance in order to drive the energy transition. And great. And now, just to dig in a little deeper on each of those points, let's look at investment and see, okay, what is happening and why is that challenge that we saw there so persistent? Again, the professor mentioned COP29 last year, and from initiatives like that and other initiatives that we see globally, there is capital internationally that is looking for clean energy investments. This 1.5 trillion figures annually by 2035, high numbers of green bonds being issued, carbon credits, as someone asked earlier. There is investment out there, but as I'm sure we've all heard, just because investment is out there does not mean that it is getting to where it needs to go, and there are kind of several blockers that are standing in the way of that. One that you often hear from financiers and even, let's say, some advanced economies is challenges around project pipelines. They say, well, we have this money, but we don't know where we can invest it. Or we have this money, but we don't know how the project will be procured. Beyond that, you also have concerns around bankability and the cost of financing. This is particularly important in developing economies like Indonesia. For renewable energy projects, much of the cost is really baked up in the initial capital expenditure, or CapEx, and as a result, that cost of financing is very key, but financiers will respond by saying, well, we have concerns about currency risk, curtailment risk, et cetera, which will cause them to increase the cost of financing, which can further slow energy investments. And then beyond that, you also have challenges regarding sometimes integrating clean energy into the grid, which requires additional investments beyond that. But beyond just these challenges, thankfully, there are various solutions that are coming out beyond just the availability of more capital. We do see different tools. If we could go to the next slide, I will keep trying the clicker here, but I'm not sure. There we go. There are tools such as transition bonds, which are helpful to kind of help high-emitting assets become low-emitting assets in the future. This is particularly important here in the ASEAN region, which has a pretty young fleet of high-emitting assets. This fleet has a long, useful economic life ahead of it, and therefore, they will need some financial incentive in order to adopt lower-emitting or change their practices. And then we also have green banks, energy performance contracts, and a variety of other tools that we see really helping to resolve this investment challenge. But it is still very much there. And in some ways, the overall higher interest rate environment in which we find ourselves now compared to, let's say, 2020, 2021, and of course the decade before that, has important impacts as well. So now, beyond investment, again, if we can go on to the next slide, I'd like to look at the policy world. As I mentioned, different countries are putting prices on carbon in one way or another to try and encourage countries to use lower emitting practices. The one that is perhaps the most well heard of but several other countries are, exploring and pursuing somewhat similar initiatives. Perhaps most relevant for Indonesia would be Japan and Australia. But even if we look at only the CBAM, Indonesia is still facing billions of dollars of exposure for its assets. But we often hear about what policies that countries are taking. But one thing that we looked at TBI separately was what are companies doing as well, if we could go on to the next slide. Because while we often think of policies as just a national or a government or a country issue, companies, particularly large international companies can have a big policy impact as well. And that is what we are seeing in the tech companies and their basically their procurement or purchases of renewable energy. We see a very aggressive and continuing growth of these tech companies buying, or really large companies overall buying renewable energy, and companies for regulations to make it easier to buy that renewable energy. And we expect to see this continue as these tech companies keep maintaining their large renewable energy goals. But that is on the policy side. Again, we can't finish the discussion without including some discussion around what we see in the kind of trade tariffs and supply chain disruptions. If we could go on to the next slide if possible, because again, in some part due to my home country, we have seen the trade environment change very dramatically, not just over the past 6 months or so, but really over the past several years. There we go. And while we are still waiting on data and details of how it's impacted the trade environment, we have seen a slew of headlines and reports explaining how the tariffs and different other trade-related measures are impacting all kind of economies, particularly within the clean energy supply chain. Given how to conclude here and get to some questions, I do want to speak a bit more about to reduce that with resources. But I think it's also helpful to point this out because It also shows how additional complexity onto the geopolitical dimension to navigate for their energy transition strategies. So thank you very much for your time. That is all the material that I have prepared so far. Happy to address any questions, and thank you again, and I'll turn it back to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jordan Lee. So I take the last slide as your conclusion, yeah, that recent geopolitical events have augmented this complexity, right? Okay. Because of Mr. Jordan Lee and Mr. Thomas, because Mr. Purnomo will leave earlier, so we will offer to the MC for the token of appreciation and the photo session, please.
Thank you very much, moderator. Bapak Purnomo Yusgantoro, our speaker, needs to leave for his other duty. So with this, before you leave, we would like to deliver a token of appreciation as our appreciation for you, for your insights and your sharing in this plenary session 1. And for this, we would like to invite the Governor of Lemhannas to deliver the token of appreciation to Bapak Purnomo Yusgiantoro. Once again, we thank Bapak Purnomo Yusgiantoro for contributing to this event, especially for his insights in plenary session 1 as a speaker. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Bapak Purnomo Yusgiantoro. You may continue with your other duties. And with this, I would hand over back the stage to the moderator, Professor Teresa.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, on all esteemed leaders and panelists, we would like continue to the third speaker, Mr. Thomas Wegner. Mr. Thomas Wegner is a head of energy group at Eurochem Indonesia and chief representatives of German Envitec Biogas Group in Southeast Asia. During his tenure at Eurochem, Thomas has led the transition of member companies focused on the Indonesian oil and gas towards renewable energy, low carbon economy, and energy efficiency business priorities. Prior to his current business position, he has been responsible for renewable energy and emission reduction projects at several projects in Indonesia. And he received his law degree of Ludwig Maximilians University Munich, I don't know the right spelling, in 2003, and has since worked in the renewable and fossil energy sector in Germany and Southeast Asia. Thomas is a founding member of the Indonesian Biogas Association and the Indonesian Biomethane Society. Besides that, he also serves as Assistant Governor for Rotary Indonesia to pursue and support philanthropic and charitable projects. So, yeah, there are a lot of contribution, for your philanthropy to our energy projects. I think he would present the presentation titles Renewable Resources, Export Opportunities, Accelerating Development. Please, time is yours, about 15 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Professor, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming today. One quick request to whoever managed the slides. When I say next, it doesn't necessarily mean the next slide. Sometimes it will just be another piece of text. So just click forward and that will be enough. It's very interesting to see, a professor just mentioned that when I joined Eurochem maybe 12 years ago or so, it was completely dominated by oil and gas. Nowadays, even the oil and gas company members are looking at the renewable energy opportunities. And also the topic of this forum changed overnight from a very mineral-heavy topic exactly to the renewable resources. Just quickly setting the stage to put this into the geopolitical context. We talk about emission reductions, we talk about fluctuating oil and gas prices. Indonesia still is an exporter for natural gas, but the quotas are gradually being reduced. That will be relevant later in what I'm saying, because there are alternatives. And also one very important point when we talk about downstreaming activities in Indonesia and natural resources in Indonesia, for, let's diplomatically say, very understandable reasons, Indonesia is focusing on providing as much value add on the natural resources within Indonesia as possible, because of course those natural resources are limited, and that must happen now. Now, important to remember, renewable resources are renewable and not limited. So there is no reason to wait until we have the right price or the right political situation or anything like that. Other than natural resources, renewable resources, the longer we wait, the more we miss out. The sun is shining every day. If we don't catch the light, it's unused. So with that, next slide. Just quickly, Eurochem Indonesia, roughly 70 member companies just in the energy sector. I'm covering that. We closely work with local associations like Kadin, Apindo, METI is mentioned here, and all the bilateral chambers are part of that. Next, please. Like I say, from oil and gas, we are now very renewable heavy. We are not the Renewable Energy Working Group, but that is what almost all of our members are interested in. We are all here because of the massive potential, and we are all challenged with the lagging development when we report home. So that's also an important point. Next, please. So it was also mentioned, we don't need to discuss it in detail, that there are ambitious targets in Indonesia, like the emission targets by 2030, the coal phase-out target by 2050, the net zero economy by 2060, and there already is an emission trading scheme in place, and at least by schedule this year also captive coal power plants will be included. There are also renewable energy targets in the National Energy Plan of 23% by 2025. Those targets are still there. But of course, to be treated with caution. 32 gigawatts of new investment in renewable energy is in the PLN business and network plan for the next 10 years. Next, please. Now, Minister Bahlil and some of my prior speakers mentioned we do see a lot of countries walking out from their initial commitment. And our big concern was that many developing countries, including Indonesia, would take that as a relieving excuse to also not follow up on the existing commitment. But thankfully, that is not the case. Not only Minister Bahlil, also President Prabowo already mentioned that the targets are still valid, and Indonesia feels not only an obligation but also has an interest to continue. However, next please, not next slide, just next paragraph. Please. No, one back. Yeah, so there is a caveat because we must be consistent with our target, but within the capabilities and level of energy and economic availability. That was said just about 4 weeks ago during the presentation of the PLN expansion and network plan, so the IUPTL. So with that in mind, let's see what that really means for the targets that Indonesia has set. Next slide, please. So we mentioned the emission reduction targets and so on. The reality is that we have built 9 gigawatts of additional coal capacity in Indonesia since 2022 alone. Of course, that includes captive capacity. The captive and strategically important power plants are not included in the emission reduction targets. And even though we do have a cap and trade system, there is still no carbon tax as a backstop for that system. There are other mechanisms to put an incentive on meeting the targets, but no financial specific ones. Also, the renewable energy target, I think, is now widely acknowledged that the target from the National Energy Plan is not being realistically followed up on, so we have reached 14 to 15% renewable in 2024. 70% of the new and renewable energy potential in the IUPTL, which is the PLN plan, will only be implemented after 2030. Meanwhile, until 2035, another 16 to 17% of coal are planned. So we are not here to discuss whether that's right or wrong, what the reasons are, and there are, of course, reasons. For example, renewable energy depends on grid expansion, which is also part of the IUPTL. This is just to show what the current situation is. So next slide, please. As I mentioned before, renewable resources are not limited, so the longer we wait to make use of them, the more we miss out. Now, with the current political situation, and it was mentioned that Indonesia must be within its economic capabilities and the availability, as Minister Bahlil mentioned, we cannot only rely on domestic demand to make use of these renewable resources. So the idea is build the capacity now, use the resources to generate exportable goods, use internationally available incentives to get a premium price on these renewable goods, and then have all that infrastructure and production facility available as soon as there is demand domestically. Next, please. That's not an entirely new idea. Also, the Indonesian government, of course, is thinking along these lines. For example, just last week, 3 MOUs were signed between Indonesia and Singapore on a sustainable industrial zone in Singapore and Riau Islands to have interconnection and cross-border electricity trade. and to build industrial capacity there on renewable technologies and energy efficiency. That is the result of a very long discussion about exporting solar PV electricity to Singapore, which was met with some resistance in Indonesia. But thankfully now the framework is being set to make things like that possible. Renewable electricity export to Indonesia with the capacity, to Singapore with the capacity being built in Indonesia. Next, please. So what else could be exported? There are sustainable aviation fuels, e-ammonia, other low-carbon products, so that means any industrial product based on renewable electricity as an energy source. Of course, green power, like we just mentioned, to Singapore, bio and e-LNG, bio and e-methanol, biomethane via pipeline. Those are some options. And now, next slide, please, which is just the next piece of text. So for sustainable aviation fuel, we already have a policy just lately implemented in Indonesia, and some investment plans are already being made. E-ammonia, that's a personal opinion. I think Indonesia might not be the perfect location for that because there are countries where hydrogen can be generated cheaper. Other low-carbon industries, that would be manufacturing based on green power mostly. There are efforts on the industrial side in Indonesia, but we need more quota and more simple access to renewable electricity. So one of the suggestions from our side is to make power wheeling more easy, to allow renewable energy investment for specific demand, and then use the grid to transport that to where it's needed. Green power, we just mentioned the Singapore MOU, and there aren't really that much more possible destinations. So next. So we are with the bioresources, and obviously, well, not obviously, maybe people caught it. I'm a founding member of the Indonesian Biogas Association and the Indonesian Biomethane Association, so that's something that I know about. And I will use it as an example of what's possible. So next slide, please. I mentioned drivers. So the Indonesian market is not quite ready for a premium price on renewable resources. No, something went wrong there. Back, please. Back. Once again. Yeah, that one. So, and I mentioned that there are possibilities to export resources and take a premium on incentives that are available elsewhere. The mechanisms are, for example, the International Maritime Association Net Zero program, which puts a heavy penalty on CO2 emissions in maritime emissions. Same about the Fuel EU maritime regulation, which puts a high price on non-compliant fuel with increasing targets. The Japan Gas Association has a target to replace roughly 50 to 90% of natural gas with renewable gas. That's also related to the reductions of export quotas, not only in Indonesia, but also in Australia and Malaysia. So there are efforts underway to replace that depleting supply. In Korea, there are tenders now on the clean hydrogen portfolio standard, so also that yields very high incentives on low carbon fuel. We have the European refuel in the aviation sector, which also puts incentives on low carbon fuels in the aviation. And we have the RE100 corporate targets, so a lot of companies, including companies present and producing in Indonesia, have a 100% emission reduction target and are trying to meet that. in Indonesia and everywhere in the world. So those are value drivers on the renewable resources. And now the question is, how can Indonesia build production facilities to profit from these incentives elsewhere with sustainable production in Indonesia? So here's one example how that might work. Next slide, please. I mentioned earlier that I will focus on an example around bioresources, especially biogas-based possibilities. We have here a map of parts of Indonesia which are the most relevant ones regarding biomass resources. Next, please. And we see here that Singapore and Java are the most likely destinations for biomethane delivery by pipeline. That's because there is a link from Sumatra, where a lot of biomass is available, into West Java as well as to Singapore. So that's a direct transport possibility. Next, please. Then we do have existing LNG export facilities, especially in Bontang and East Kalimantan, as well as methanol production. Both of that is possible from biomethane. And both of those are already exported. So it is just a matter of changing the resource used for the production. Next. And Indonesia, of course, is located at the Straits of Malacca. And for those who don't know, the Malacca Straits area is the world's largest bunkering hub. So the largest place for ships to fill up their fuel supplies. And I mentioned before, some of the drivers are the IMO maritime fuel emission targets and the European fuel emission targets. And those can be met by refueling with low carbon fuels in the Straits of Malacca. So for example, in Dumai, if the fuel is there. Next. Now, what are the possible sources? The obvious elephant in the room in Indonesia for biomass is always the palm oil industry. The theoretical potential is about 280 million MMBTU if we include biomethane from empty fruit bunches, not only the effluent. That's the same as 8 million tons of biomethanol, or 4 to 5 million tons of bio-LNG. Those are huge numbers when we look at bioresources, and that's a gross export potential of $4 to $8 billion per year. Now, those are prices in excess of 14, 15 US$ per MMBTU before the downstreaming. So those are prices that we currently cannot find sufficient demand in Indonesia. But we can produce it here, we can export it, and the international market, like the maritime market or the chemical markets or Japan, for example, are willing to pay these prices already now. So the idea is build the production capacity, make use of those incentives by harvesting the export opportunities, and then as soon as there are industrial or other commercial buyers domestically, the infrastructure and supply is already there. You don't have to continue exporting forever. Next. Of course, that requires some support also from the Indonesian side, especially that investment which relies on export needs a guarantee that the product can be exported, of course. Then tax incentives do exist for sustainable and renewable projects, but only in excess of 500 billion rupiah. And that is often too small for the type of renewable energy projects that often make sense in Indonesia. So I strongly encourage to reduce that threshold. to include also distributed capacity. Then very important for the idea I mentioned before is low-cost pipeline transportation access. There is already underutilized capacity in the pipeline system, so it's a regulatory matter at what cost that excess pipeline capacity is made available to low-carbon gas. And if we look at the domestic market, it would be very important to levelize the playing field, because natural gas is regulated for industrial users at an artificially low price. I'm not here to criticize that, but of course the same financial support should be available to reduce the price of low carbon gas. Next. We should also point that Indonesia is not the only country with that possibility. Next. Of course, Malaysia has exactly the same situation. It does have existing methanol and LNG production and exporting facilities, nearby bioresources in Sabah and Sarawak. It is also located on the Straits of Malacca, so the bio-LNG might as well be produced on the other side of the straits. And of course, also Singapore is connected by pipeline. So we should see that we can proceed with projects here and ideally on both sides of the straits as soon as possible. And of course, also for Malaysia, there's an interesting financial proposition. Next, please. Now, this idea of having an international incentive mechanism to accelerate development in developing countries is a proven concept. Now, CDM, of course, has later failed for other reasons, but when it was introduced, there was a clear and transparent regulatory framework that was internationally recognized and trusted by investors. And there were minimal regulatory hurdles to implement projects in the host countries like Indonesia. And the result is that in just 4 years, almost 120 CDM projects have been built in Indonesia based on the CDM mechanism, based on expected incentives in selling carbon credits abroad. And of course, those projects are mostly here until today. So it is an infrastructure that was built based on international incentives and still exists in Indonesia and is still producing. My first role here in Indonesia was building a CDM methane capture project, which was then the first biogas IPP in Belitung, and it is still running until today. And at least based on CDM data, it should yield about 18 million tons of CO2 reductions per year. Not my project, the 120 projects on that list. So thank you very much, and happy to take questions later.
Really, thanks, Mr. Thomas Wegner. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we already hear the presentation from Mr. Jordan Lee and Mr. Thomas Wegner. Of course, there are some question and discussion, but before that, maybe I want to discuss first, before open to the floor, regarding with the support of the international, for example, from international grant to support the energy transition, to support renewable energy. We see that in terms of European countries, usually will take the lead after the US exit from the Paris Agreement. Do you think Europe will be the leader, or China will be the leader, or the other countries will take place as the leader of the energy transition? Maybe from Mr. Jordan Lee, do you have some insight about it?
Yes, certainly. Thank you for the question. Also, thank you for the presentation. On this question of international support for, let's say, climate action or low carbon technologies in general, I guess one, you are absolutely right. There is a large imperative for advanced economies and even some of, let's say, the larger, or let's say more wealthy developing countries, let's say like a place like Saudi Arabia, UAE, even like a place like China, to really play a role in this international climate finance sphere. And regarding the question of will Europe continue to lead, at least in my experience in working in multilateral spaces like COP29, the appetite from Europe still, at least to me, it seems very much there. The fiscal and overall macro environment is getting a bit more challenging, but there does seem to still be significant appetite for them to provide some kind of support. And we do see, other countries stepping up. I mentioned the UAE. They did make some pretty big commitments at COP28 the previous year to provide this kind of financing. And even if we take the US example, so at a federal or national level, they are stepping back. But we do see subnational entities like states, even some cities, the larger cities, trying to provide some kind of finance. But honestly, for the next 4 years, I personally would not look to the US for too much climate finance support, both for countries or philanthropic organizations. But we do see some other countries stepping up, but the type of finance is changing in form and maybe getting a bit more diverse in terms of how it is delivered.
Okay, so more multipolarized. It's interesting that United Arab Emirates is very, yes, in the last time they are very aggressive, in terms of climate financing, and also the issue of energy transition. Okay, Mr. Thomas, please.
Well, I agree with the assessment that the appetite in Europe is still strong. And the important point is that in Europe, until today, elections are still won and lost also on the topic of climate change. Not only, but it is an important political issue. So it's not only that politicians want to do it, it's also they have to do it to be elected. Certainly China will contribute by supplying a lot of the equipment. I don't think there's any discussion about that. Okay. I think one important thing to mention is that from our discussions with Indonesian partners and stakeholders, and even today it was mentioned earlier by a professor, the idea of emission reduction and carbon capture and storage and climate change emission mitigation projects in Indonesia is very often perceived as an opportunity to make money from credits. I think that's a fundamental misconception. So the emission reduction targets that we all agree on international are a joint effort. And when we talk about selling credits, it means that we exceed our target and have something to spare for others. So it is a cost for everybody, for Indonesia, for Germany, for France, for China, for the Emirates to meet their targets. The carbon trading is to make it possible to shift especially successful countries over reductions to other countries that are lagging. So there can be money made from carbon credits, but emission reduction targets are not a tool to make money. I think that's very important to understand. It's a joint effort that we all have to put effort in. Now, there are opportunities, like I mentioned, in low carbon products that can be produced and sold to markets outside of Indonesia where people are willing to pay a premium to have low emissions. And that, I think, is the huge opportunity here. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's very interesting. Okay, we would like to open the session, but for the first batch, we will give the opportunity to the foreign representative from ambassador or from other countries, because in the first session from Indonesia representative, is there any from other countries representative that want to give the question? Okay, before Indonesian, is there any foreign representative that?
Oh yeah, from Singapore.
From Singapore, okay, please first.
First, terima kasih atas kesempatannya dari Ibu Moderator, Telisa, terima kasih. Thank you to the two speakers, Mr. Jordan Lee and Thomas Wagner, for the insightful sharing. It's indeed very enlightening for the information that you have shared. I just, before I ask my question, I just want to highlight the context of my question, is that Indonesia is not just a country. It's a huge archipelago. There are a lot of political constraint, geopolitical constraint, and not the least, there are also geographical constraint. And given, if you all understand the Maslow hierarchy of needs, the people of Indonesia are most focused on survival now. And having clean energy, I believe for some or for many, is a good to have, right? But I'm very happy and very glad that the Indonesian government has taken the first step to focus on energy transition, despite having abundance of fossil fuel that can last almost up to 150 years, right? And given the recent MOU with Singapore has proven to be the first step towards energy transition, I think these are good progress that we have seen. My question is to Mr. Jordan Lee, because you spoke a lot about green financing, and there are many ways to do so. My question is, assuming there are flows and influx of good green financing into Indonesia, which area of clean energy would you think the Indonesian government should be focusing on? My own perspective and my own response is that biomasses, waste to energy in the context of Indonesia, even green hydrogen itself are good areas that can be focused on. And I also do believe, given that Indonesia is the leader for ASEAN, the Center for Renewable Energy should also be located in Indonesia because of the prospect of our ASEAN country, even from Laos, from Thailand, from Vietnam, from Malaysia. These are areas where renewable energies are untapped. And I think the Indonesian government, despite other than being the driver for renewable energy transition in Indonesia, it can also be the driver for the energy transition for the entire ASEAN. Thank you very much. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. For second question, for the other countries, for the Indonesian will be after this, sorry. I will give you the time, don't worry, the discussion time is, we have a long time to discuss. So the second from other countries or from VVIP guests, okay, please.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Daniel. I am from Ghana, and I am a student from Nusa Putra University, Sukabumi. So I want to ask Mr. Jordan Lee about the session, climate finance challenges in developing countries. Please, in your slide, you listed that lack of clear and robust project information. I would like to ask, how can government and local institutions build better pipelines to attract international investment? And also, how can students of this generation help to achieve the 2030 target? Thank you.
Okay, please to answer. Two questions, one from Mr. Lee Singapore and second from Universitas Nusa Pratria from Ghana, please.
Perfect. Thank you. Oh my. Thank you both for the questions and for attending from quite far. So actually, I think there is a strong relationship between the two. So if I look at the first question, what let's say low carbon technologies do I think Indonesia should focus on, and then two, how to address some of these climate finance challenges. If I take that first question, I actually think there's a lot of steps that Indonesia both can and is taking to address all low carbon energy technologies. I think there are ways to segment which is more important, which is more impactful, but I actually think there is a lot of action that can be taken that is relevant for all energy and even broader infrastructure technology processes. And that is a lot regarding, let's say, some of the procurement processes, but even also some of the more regulatory steps that Thomas mentioned, things like changes or simplifications in how customers can buy power. I do think some other examples are instructive here. So if we take a look at Vietnam, they have had many policies to encourage renewable energy, including the more recent, this is what's called the Direct Power Purchase Agreement, or DPPA regulation, which allows something somewhat similar to power wheeling. And while I know that is, there are many legal and very valid legal challenges with power wheeling in Indonesia, I do think, even with that context, Vietnam does still show that this is can be a helpful policy in that regard, even just in making it simpler for big customers, particularly big companies, manufacturing facilities, to buy the low carbon energy that they need. But if you really want me to choose a low carbon tech that I think Indonesia should focus on, again, I think you could pick anyone and they're all great. I will choose to prioritize the areas where, let's say, Indonesia has a unique advantage, and that would be in something like geothermal, just given how geographically constrained geothermal is, and also its relatively unique ability to provide that consistent baseload or dispatchable power. But also because geothermal does have some real challenges. It is expensive, it is risky to explore, which means there are opportunities for Indonesia to provide additional support, and also maybe even get some international support as well. In fact, I think while, again, the US has in many ways stepped away from various low carbon technologies, the one where that may not be as true is geothermal. They do have a lot of pretty innovative, ambitious geothermal companies there that I think they'd be willing to give some kind of tech transfer support on that technology. But my main answer is all of the technology. The second one is, if you have to pick one, I like geothermal, but you can pick anyone. Regarding improvements in kind of climate finance processes in developing countries, one, I think that the challenge to address this is not just on developing countries. There's a lot of talk of what can Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam do better. I personally think there's a lot also that the advanced economies, the US, EU, and even the international financial institutions, they can do better to simplify these processes as well. But if we are looking here, even just relatively predictable procurement processes, both in terms of timelines and even just key kind of criteria, are always very helpful in how projects are procured. Just because financiers and project developers, they are flexible. In my experience at least, as long as the process stays the same, they will be able to adapt, and if there's an opportunity, they will adapt to the rules there. As long as that stays kind of consistent, or at least if changes are made, there is an explanation, clear reasoning, I think it proves to be more manageable. So I think that consistency is really, really, really key. But please, anything else to add as you, Thomas?
I think in essence I agree. The question really is, why should Indonesia focus on one specific type of renewable energy? It's a very diverse country. Nusa Tenggara Timur is rather dry and sunny, so that calls for solar electricity. We have Kalimantan and Sumatra and even Java still with hydro capacity potential. I talked about the huge biomass potential which is available. So I think what Indonesia on a policy level probably ideally focus on is facilitating that these projects can happen, that the infrastructure is there, and the RUPTL, as I mentioned before, is now heavily loaded on grid infrastructure investment and improvement, so we can all just pray that that plan is also followed through. But that is the infrastructure that investors need to then invest in the most matching technology that can be geothermal, hydro, solar, biomass, or tidal power. There's no reason to focus on one. There is a strong reason to focus on building the infrastructure and regulations to make all of them possible, and then have investors decide which one is the most viable option.
Okay, I think it's a very great conclusion, right? I mean that we have a lot of potency, and how about the government role to to prepare, you mentioned infrastructure and also regulation, right? It's very important. Mr. Jordan also in presentation said about the policy is very important, right? How we have the good policies to capture all of our opportunities, right?
Maybe one important thing to mention, especially in Indonesia, good regulation very often is no regulation. So we see a lot of regulations coming with good intent, but then putting a lot of, government imagination framework into the regulation that's taking a lot of flexibility out of projects. So the regulation ideally should just say it's allowed, and then put only the necessary limits.
Thank you for the input. Oke, I will stand. Mohon maaf Bapak Ibu, karena dari tadi duduk terus dan kayaknya kok kita tegang banget ya Bapak Ibu. Saya dari tadi ngerasa kayak tegang banget, very in a cold situation. And to make our discussion will be in the good situation, I have my colleague from P3N, Bapak Jackson, because I'm from P3N also. I'm the student of the School of Leadership in Lemhannas RI. I have my partner, Mr. Jackson, that would also give the question, but you also have some performance from P3N. Thank you. Mohon izin nih Bapak Ibu.
Thank you, Profesor. Rekan-rekan P3N, yel-yel. Selamat pagi. Siap kita. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Please, your question.
Okay. Thank you for the both speakers. I am Jackson Kumaat. I'm from 25th P3N, P3N Angkatan 25. Thank you for the both speakers, Mr. Jordan and Mr. Thomas. And my question goes to Mr. Jordan Lee from the Tony Blair Institute. In your presentation, in your slides, says that leaders and energy leaders repeatedly highlights about the world needs to massively increase clean energy investment in developing countries. And then the other says if we don't have investment in developing countries, forget about the climate. And one of your presentation, your slides, I see that you put Indonesia, South Africa, and Vietnam. And one of you said in that presentation, Indonesia need 11 billions about the investment. And you put Vietnam 150% bigger than Indonesia. My question is, in your point of view or from Tony Blair Institute, how you see Indonesia in the Southeast Asian region, and of course with the Vietnam, why you put Vietnam is 150% bigger than Indonesia? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson, for a very interesting question. The second question, I would like to please Ibu Lita, that because she has a research about the carbon, because she is from the Ministry of Lingkungan Hidup, yeah, from the Environment Ministry. Please, Ibu Lita, for the question.
I'm so sorry. Thank you, Prof. Telisa. Okay, good morning, everyone. Audience of Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2025. So long time ago, I'm not speak English, but I try to best. Okay. My name is Lita Permatasari. I came from Ministry of Environment, Republic of Indonesia. Wow. Okay. I want to introduce all friends also, myself, and also our friends from 25th National Leadership Strengthening Program P3N 25. Okay, thank you. It's really an honor to among such distinguished today, and I also have so many insight from all speakers today. I want to say something that Indonesia have second NDC. The first we have NDC, and now we have the second NDC. However, we are also aware that development of carbon market infrastructure still faces certain challenges. We have so many challenges, and I want to maybe you can give us about solution, how to make good collaboration with Euro Chamber, okay? Euro Chamber. I think this is a good connection with Kadin Indonesia or Indonesia Chamber. Maybe moving forward, it is imperative that we build a coherence between policy, infrastructure, and also stakeholder engagement across government. Private sector also is very important to enhance, and also civil society with so many stakeholders in Indonesia. I think Indonesia can be a leading. Indonesia have a power to be a leader in climate actions. We have 17...
Sorry, Ibu Lita, maybe you can shorten your question,
okay,
please.
Thank you.
For the direct question.
Okay. My question is how to elaborate our spirit in carbon trade with Euro Chamber, and also we can connect it with Indonesian Chamber to be make good relations, okay, in carbon trading. Do you understand what I say?
Of course.
Of course, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you,
so much.
Ibu Lita.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay, so one question for Mr. Jordan Lee, one question for Mr. Thomas. Please, Mr. Thomas first. Okay.
Yeah, first of all, if you did not speak English in a long time, then I don't know how long time is for you. That was perfect. Way better than my Indonesian for sure. Yes, first of all, of course, we are open to cooperate and meet and see how we can work together. That's the whole reason for Eurochamp to exist, to have these conversations and cooperations. With Kadin, the energy working group specifically, we already have a memorandum of understanding with the renewable, now it's called something else, anyway, the Renewable Resources Committee in Kadin, so we are already working together. I'm personally member in several associations, and specifically with the Ministry of Environment, we are in the process of preparing a meeting there on carbon trade and emission reduction targets. So yes, we are very interested, and yeah, try and meet me after the break. I'm very happy to discuss possibilities. Definitely the European companies here in Indonesia are very supportive for carbon trade. Some of our members are already participating in the exchange, but of course the volume is very, very small still. And let's talk about how to make that more significant, yes.
Okay, thank you. So there are a lot of opportunity to collaborate, right? Okay, thank you. Please, Mr. Jordan Lee.
Yep, thank you. And even briefly on the carbon credit question, so we at the Tony Blair Institute in our advisory capabilities, we do quite a bit of work on carbon trading as well. So, also happy to speak after, particularly given your role with the Ministry of Environment. We know there's a lot of attention on this space now. So, yeah, thank you for the question. To the previous question regarding some of the, the material in my slides. So you're right, when I listed it there, it was Indonesia, South Africa, and Vietnam. and then listed with the renewable energy targets that those different countries have adopted. So the target from Indonesia was from the RUPTL, from South Africa was from their Integrated Resource Plan, and from Vietnam was from what they call the Power Development Plan 8, or PD8. So the question you raised, okay, why was Vietnam's target higher, in fact, much higher than Indonesia's? That is purely because they adopted a higher target. In fact, it was revised up quite meaningfully very recently. And there's, sometimes when we look at renewable energy targets, we think, oh, the bigger, the better. And while, look, it is great to be ambitious, that is always, admirable, there is, of course, questions of, well, what is really delivered, on what is delivered in pursuit of that target. So they are important to have. We should look at those targets to give us, a guidepost of what is to come. But there is, a lot of work to come after that, to just see how can the country deliver on it. But with that being said, Vietnam is a leader in ASEAN regarding this renewable energy adoption. That's just become a priority of the government. But it is definitely not to say that Indonesia is lagging behind or anything. So I hope that answered the question. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the last question, please. Yeah, please. There are so many questions, but we are really sorry because we have also the time limitation. So please, for the question, Pak Kemal. Oh, maybe 2 questions. Okay, yeah, please, but short, yeah.
Okay, yes. So thank you for the presentation. So I have 2 questions, one for each. First question is with regard to, I really interested with about the impact of geopolitics to the energy transitions. So I think for Indonesia right now it's really important to still investing in the fossil fuels, right? However, as mentioned by Professor Purnomo earlier about the CCUS, we are also developing the CCUS. So what do you think, Mr. Jackson, about this? Sorry, Mr. Jordan, about this CCUS market in the future? So with relations to the low carbon, will it gain support and tractions? And for Mr. My question is with regards to the nickel, right? Nickel is a really important for renewable technology. And the IEA just released the reports that there's a growing concern about the supply chain for the renewables. Luckily, Indonesia has that nickels, and we really want to move forward with the battery. Right now, it's only produced by one company with the capacity of 10 gigawatts, right? So we really want to move it forward. And the question is whether the European has the technology and capability and the willingness to transfer it to the Indonesia, because the winner in this energy transitions is those who can actually move in the beginning and start to gain the technology advancements. Thank you. Those are my 2 questions for each. Thanks.
Thank you. One from Ibu, yeah. The last question. Sorry, you can ask in other session. I think there are a lot of opportunities. Please, the last question.
Okay, thank you so much for your insightful presentation earlier. My name is Ita Nurjana from Republic of Indonesia Defense University, Universitas Pertahanan Republik Indonesia. And originally, this question is for Mr. Jordan Lee, but Mr. Thomas would be delighted to hear your answer as well. So earlier in the presentation, you mentioned that in shaping national energy strategies, countries often try to balance 3 priorities: environmental impact, economic growth, and national security. And we can all agree that as the global energy transition accelerates, we're also witnessing a reconfiguration of power, where critical mineral holders, clean tech innovators, and capital exporting countries are gaining new geopolitical leverage. And in this dynamic, we agree and we have discussed that developing countries like Indonesia face big opportunities for green investment, but also real risk of dependency, particularly through a mechanism that may resemble green protectionism, or even green colonialism. So my question is, how can developing countries like Indonesia strategically position themselves within the current global investment and geopolitical landscape, especially amid great power rivalries and shifting energy security priorities, to ensure that foreign investment in sustainable energy genuinely support our national interest rather than creating new forms of dependency or loss of strategic autonomy? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Ita. I think very native. Okay, please.
Can I have that question in writing? Okay, so I think the core of the question was, what should Indonesia and similar countries look out for in hosting sustainable investment and still maintain independence in controlling those assets? I'm struggling to answer because I'm struggling to understand the concern, to be honest. Any foreign investment in whatever capacity will be here, and those are not usually factories that you can easily close down and bring elsewhere, wherever the wage is the lowest. If you build a solar power plant or a geothermal power plant, that will be there forever, no matter who controls the investment. So I think purely that a foreign investor put the money to build it, I don't see any serious like security or energy security concern about that. Even when there are long-term export arrangements. So I mentioned the MOU with Singapore, and I'm glad that happened. But to be honest, we on the business side have been confused from the beginning why that is even so difficult. So in the beginning in 2021, when the project was first proposed, there were concerns in Indonesia to export solar electricity because the renewable resource and electricity would be needed domestically. So build 2 solar power plants if you really need and want it. It's not like that there are limited, places to do that in Indonesia right now. So we didn't really understand. We understand the politics behind it, but we didn't really understand that argument. So no, I don't think there is a huge problem regarding energy security or strategic security in Indonesia in hosting foreign investment in this kind of project. Rather to the opposite. So if Japan depends on biomethane or Singapore depends on electricity from Indonesia, then those countries are vulnerable and much less Indonesia. So I think that's a huge strategic opportunity for developing countries and not so much a strategic risk.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Okay, last, Mr. Jordan Lee, do you have some additional?
Well, should I also talk about the carbon capture and storage quickly? I think that was the core of the other question. I will try and keep it shorter. Frankly, we feel that carbon capture and storage is important, something to develop and look at, but it is a bit of a distraction in our opinion. Already now, many renewable electricity sources are cheaper than coal, and with carbon capture and storage, coal will only be 2 or 3 times more expensive than it already is. So yes, it makes sense to develop carbon capture and storage because there will always be some unabatable carbon sources, but it is not the net zero solution for Indonesia in 2060, at least not in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. That's great. Please, Mr. Jordan Lee.
Great. Thank you again for the questions, and I'll start with the question from the woman from Defense University. Well, first, if you are looking for some kind of thesis topic, that is a very good question and a very big one, frankly. But I will largely, kind of underline the points that Thomas made, that the concern, I think, is sometimes it is important for governments to, of course, contemplate what could the risk, what could the concern be. But I really think, at least to me, the more kind of interesting question is what is the opportunity? Because we oftentimes, and even here, we are talking about the energy transition as an energy thing, or like a resource question. But it really is a broader kind of industrialization and just development, opportunity. And if the question is how can countries, best position themselves in that in this transition to advance their kind of core strategic interests, I think one of the first steps in that, which may seem obvious, but often I think sometimes just go overlooked, is just really defining what is that interest very specifically. Indonesia clearly has done this with its work in developing its nickel industry, but apologies. But you could go much further. What sorts of nickel we're looking to prioritize. I really think defining what that interest is, and then saying, well, what does the market for that product or service, what do they really value? That, I think, is really a key step to unlock this transition as a key, opportunity. Beyond just kind of having the core resources, how can a country leverage it, deploy it, and deliver it in ways that are kind of seen as most valuable? And I think there was also, I believe, a element on nickel in the first question. I think that is very, very similar. If we look at, I know I've mentioned, China previously, but I do think they are kind of instructive to this question of how can countries build these sectors in ways that advance their kind of geopolitical and market influence. China was able to do that in large part because they have captured so much of the refining and processing market. So they've noticed that the market doesn't really need just raw nickel. It really needed this refined products or other materials like that. So by finding out where that key value store is, I think is a key step for countries to leverage these resources and the opportunity to advance their interests as much as possible. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, please give the applause to all the speakers. We are very fruitful, have a very fruitful discussion and also a lot of question. Actually, there are a lot of questions to my WhatsApp. Okay, but maybe we can discuss later, yeah. One from my college, one from UPI. So there are so many questions here. So because maybe this is a very interesting topic, so there are also many questions about that. But I would like to make some, like wrap up, if you don't mind. Of course, currently we see that Indonesia and around the world, especially Indonesia, has a lot of opportunities, right? And how we can collaborate and also to optimize, how we can take those opportunities. And then also there are some challenges, current situation, geopolitics, that make it more complex, but we should have still optimism. With international collaboration, together with other countries, Indonesia could become the bridge and also could become the collaborators to face because Indonesia is usually non-alignment countries in terms of geopolitics, and we want to cooperate with all and then to make the world better through energy security issues. And then also because Indonesia is developing countries also, we see that developing countries like Indonesia face several structural barriers in accessing clean energy and investment. And the current global financing landscape disproportionately favors advanced economies and some countries like China. And also the topic about, we all face is all geopolitical risks, but we hope that through the energy issues, to the climate change issues, we can together to face, because as you know that the climate risk is become one of the bigger risks that we face together. So without a good collaboration, if there are a lot of war, how we can achieve our target for the climate target, for example, NDC targets, because of course we need to decarbonize our to make the decarbonization progress achieved? And then also, how about our strategic response to the volatility of geopolitical events? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I want to close this session through the pantun. Indonesia has unique poems, ya. Okay, but in English ya. Yang lain tolong cakepnya ya. Okay. Sip your coffee, read a rhyme. Stay strong and keep your mind alert. With energy secured in time, we won't collapse through energy crisis hurt. Thank you. Yeah, Indonesia is usually a pantun. Okay, thank you very much. And then I would like to close this session. And I'm sorry if there are some limitation in this session. And we are really great for this fruitful discussion. And thank you also to the all esteemed leader here, to the Governor of Lemhannas RI and all the esteemed leader from Lemhannas RI, from the ministries of energy and all ministries from defense ministries also, and also all of the ambassador and all of the representative, to the all of the participants, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, and I give to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Talisa, to have led the moderated session, and also to all speakers. We thank you for your insightful insights for all of us, very timely indeed. And we'd like now to invite you all to please stand up, and as a token of appreciation, we have something from Lemhannas as well as from the Vice Governor of Jakarta. And before that, I would like to welcome the Vice Governor of DKI Jakarta, Bapak Rano Kano. Thank you very much for also gracing this event. Speakers and moderator, if you please rise and also take 1 or 2 steps forward. Would like to address a memento as a token of appreciation, and for this, would like to invite the Governor of Lemhannas of the Republic of Indonesia, accompanied by Vice Governor of Jakarta, to also come forward to deliver the token of appreciation to all speakers and moderator for this session. Let's give a big round of applause one more time to all our speakers. Once again, thank you, Mr. Thomas, for being here. Applause for Mr. Jordan Lee. Last but not least, to our moderator of the day. To please remain on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take picture together. The Governor of Lemhannas, Bapak Aceh, maybe you may take position in the center, Bapak. Boleh Bapak di tengah untuk berfoto? Iya, terima kasih. Would like to also invite the Vice Minister of Defense, is that right? And also the Vice Governor of Lemhannas of the Republic of Indonesia to also join this photo session. And the Deputy for Strategic Studies of Lemhannas and the Chief of the 9th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2025 to also join the photo session. All right, if you're ready, allow me to count down for the photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, in 3, 2, in 3. Oh, not yet. All right, if we're ready. In 3, 2, 1. And maybe one more time. In 3, 2, 1. Bapak Ibu, please remain on the stage. We are going to continue with the second photo session. And for that, I would like to invite to the stage speakers for the plenary session 2. Let's invite to the stage Mr. Kuntitan, Ibu Dini Sandis, Bapak Arif Satria, and Bapak Jenpino Ngabdi to also please come forward. And also, yes, to join on the stage for the second photo session. Are there anyone from the second plenary session? Please also join us on the stage. And also to join for this photo session as well, speakers from session 3 and 4, Professor Eko Supriyanto, Professor Ari Kunchoro, Ms. Lilian Eng, Mr. Vinicius Mendes Ferreira, Mr. Chris Broomfield, Ms. Zhang Ying, and Dr. Tai Ha Lei to also join this photo session. And since we have very limited space of the stage, speakers from plenary session 3 and 4, if you please be in this first stair. Yes, that's right, in the first stair. All right. And also to join this photo session, would like to invite ambassadors and representatives of friendly countries. We know that we have ambassadors and representatives from Chile, Malaysia, Ecuador, Sri Lanka, Poland, Arab Republic of Egypt, Republic of Tunisia, the Philippines, the state of Kuwait, Australia, Singapore, Ukraine, Japan, Cambodia, and also the UK. If you're here, please join us for the photo session. You may take the first stairs as well, if you may. All right. If everyone here, allow me to count down again for the photo session. In 3, 2, 1. And one more time. 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Excellencies. Thank you, all ladies and gentlemen, speakers, moderators, ambassadors, and representatives. You may all return to your seats. And ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with our next agenda right after this, which is a keynote speech and the official opening ceremony of the Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2025. So please would like to invite everyone to be seated and stay in this ballroom for the next agenda that will start very soon, right after this. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, would like to invite everyone to please be seated and stay in this Flores ballroom because we'll start with our next agenda very soon. And that next agenda will be a keynote speech that will be continued with the official opening ceremony of the 9th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2025. And for this, please remain seated and get ready for the next agenda to be started. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
From 1945 to the 1960s, Indonesia faced tough geopolitical challenge. The Cold War tensions between the Western Bloc, led by the United States, and the Eastern Bloc, led by the Soviet Union, had a devastating impact on Indonesia's national political life. In response to this, Indonesia must find a way to prepare national-level leaders that understand the dynamics of global geopolitics. To that end, the first president of Indonesia, Sukarno, on May 20, 1965, inaugurated the National Defense Institute of the Republic of Indonesia, or Lemhannas, that is designed as a geopolitical school for national leaders. This institution is directly under the president. Lemhannas was once under the Minister of Defense and Security, and at other times, it's been under the Armed Forces Commander. Then, in 1994, Lemhannas was again under the Minister of Defense and Security, and changed its name to the National Resilience Institute of the Republic of Indonesia. After becoming a non-departmental government institution, responsible directly to the President, in 2006, Lemhannas carried out organizational restructuring and added a new function, the strengthening of national values function. To increase the effectiveness and efficiency of its role, Lemhannas carried out organizational revitalization and improvements based on Presidential Regulation No. 98 year 2016. In carrying out its role, Lemhannas has a vision to be a high-quality and credible center of excellence in the field of national resilience, and to form a sovereign, independent, advanced Indonesia that has its personality, based on mutual cooperation. To implement this vision, Lemhannas carries out four main missions. Firstly, creating cadres and strengthening national-level leaders, based on gender mainstreaming, who can think comprehensively, integrally, holistically, integrative, and professionally. Leaders who have characters, morals, and ethics of nationalism, statesman characters, who have Indonesia's archipelago perspectives, and universal perspectives. Secondly, creating agents of change, and components of the nation based on gender mainstreaming, through strengthening national values, to increase and strengthen national insights, to build national character. Thirdly, to build conceptual and strategic studies on various national, regional, and international issues required by the President of Indonesia to ensure the integrity and upholding the unitary state of the Republic of Indonesia. Fourthly, building a national resilience measurement system at the central and regional levels that support the integrative national resilience system. In carrying out its mission, Lemhannas organizes regular education programs, short education programs, and strengthening programs for local government leaders. This program is designed for national level leaders, selected from senior officers of the Indonesian Armed Forces, National Police, as well as officials from across government ministries. Then, as a strategic studies institute, Lemhannas also conducts studies on various strategic issues at national, regional, and international levels, from ideology, politics, economy, socio-culture, defense and security, geography, natural resources, and demography, supported by the National Resilience Measurement Laboratory. In responding to the dynamics and challenges of national, regional, and global geopolitics, Lemhannas currently focuses on conducting studies on 5 strategic issues: consolidation of democracy, green economy, blue economy, digital transformation, the resilience of the new capital city of Nusantara. Furthermore, in carrying out the strengthening of national values function, Lemhannas held several activities, such as fostering and implementation of strengthening national values for various groups and components of the nation, training of trainers for educators, teachers, and coaches from various levels of education, nationality dialogue, harmonization, and strengthening of national values for speakers of provincial parliaments throughout Indonesia. To strengthen cooperation and exchange of information, Lemhannas frequently receives guests from domestic institutions and other countries, military or non-military officials. Besides that, Lemhannas education programs participants...
Ladies and gentlemen, would like to invite everyone to please be back at the Flores Ballroom as we'll start our agenda in a few minutes. Once again, would like to invite everyone to please be seated at the Flores Ballroom. We'll start our agenda very soon. Thank you very much. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, kami mengundang Bapak Ibu sekalian untuk bisa menempati kembali tempat duduk yang telah disediakan di dalam Flores Ballroom. Sekali lagi, apabila Bapak Ibu masih berada di luar area ballroom, kami undang untuk kembali ke dalam dan menempati tempat duduk karena kita akan segera mulai dengan agenda berikutnya. Terima kasih untuk kerjasamanya. Sekali lagi Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, kami undang Bapak Ibu untuk menempati tempat-tempat duduk karena kita akan segera mulai dengan agenda berikutnya, yaitu keynote speech yang dilanjutkan dengan pembukaan secara resmi acara Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2025. Sekali lagi, acara akan segera kita mulai. Bapak Ibu kami mohon untuk bisa menempati tempat duduk yang disediakan. Terima kasih. The Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia is now entering the room. Let's welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, yang terhormat Bapak Bahlil Lahadalia. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we invite everyone to please be back at the Forest Ballroom and please be seated. Our agenda will start very soon. Thank you. Bapak Ibu, sebelum kita mulai, kembali saya ingatkan agar Bapak Ibu bisa kembali ke dalam Flores Ballroom dan menempati tempat-tempat duduk yang ada. Kita akan mulai acara saat ini. Terima kasih. Sekali lagi kami undang Bapak Ibu yang mungkin masih berada di luar area ballroom untuk segera masuk dan menempati tempat duduk yang ada. Mohon untuk kerjasamanya, kita akan mulai acara keynote speech dan juga pembukaan secara resmi Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2025 sesaat lagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua, Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, and good morning everyone. It is a great honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2025 with the theme Geoeconomic Fragmentation and Energy Security.
Menghadapi perubahan besar, ketegangan antar negara, disrupsi rantai pasok, krisis energi, dan perang dagang membentuk era baru yang penuh tantangan dan ketidakpastian.
Saya, Presiden Republik Indonesia, resmikan proyek strategis ketenagalistrikan di 18 provinsi.
Menanggapi dinamika ini, Lembaga Ketahanan Nasional Republik Indonesia bekerja sama dengan Kementerian ESDM dan pemerintah Provinsi DKI Jakarta mempersembahkan Jakarta Geopolitical Forum ke-9 dengan tema Fragmentasi Geoekonomi dan Ketahanan Energi. Mempertemukan akademisi, praktisi, dan pengambil kebijakan dari berbagai negara, forum ini akan menjadi ruang dialog bagi masalah global aktual. Selamat mengikuti Jakarta Geopolitical Forum ke-9 tahun 2025.
Let's give a big round of applause for this prestigious event, ladies and gentlemen. And first and foremost, allow me to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guests, Honorable Governor of the National Resilience Institute of the Republic of Indonesia, Lemhannas Republik Indonesia, Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, other ministers or vice ministers of the Merah Putih Cabinet, Excellencies, ambassadors and representatives of friendly countries, distinguished governor of, Vice Governor of DKI Jakarta, also, distinguished Vice Governor of Lemhannas, the Republic of Indonesia, distinguished Prime Secretary of Lemhannas of the Republic of Indonesia, esteemed speakers and moderators, and also ladies and gentlemen who are present here and also joining us online via Lemhannas YouTube channel. Once again, welcome to you all. And Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let us start this event with the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, followed by Wawasan Nusantara hymn. Please rise. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Thank you very much. And now let us continue with our next agenda, which is a remarks by the Governor of National Resilience Institute of the Republic of Indonesia. So ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome His Excellency Bapak Tubagus Aceh Hasan Shazili. The stage is now yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua, shalom. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebaikan. Yang terhormat Menteri Energi dan Sumber Daya Mineral Republik Indonesia, Bapak Dr. Bahlil Lahadalia. Tepuk tangan untuk beliau. Para anggota DPR RI yang berkenan hadir pada acara ini, yang kami hormati pimpinan lembaga negara yang hadir dan para wakil pimpinan lembaga negara, yang kami banggakan juga hadir Wakil Gubernur DKI Jakarta, yang kami hormati para akademisi, para praktisi, tokoh masyarakat, dan khususnya para pembicara, baik dari dalam negeri maupun dari luar negeri. Yang saya hormati Wakil Gubernur Lemhannas Republik Indonesia, yang kami hormati Sekretaris Utama Lemhannas Republik Indonesia, para deputi, para tenaga pengajar, para tenaga pengkaji, serta Bapak Ibu sekalian hadirin yang kami hormati. Pertama-tama, marilah kita memanjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa, karena atas limpahannya kita sama-sama dapat menghadiri acara yang strategis ini, yaitu Jakarta Geopolitical Forum yang ke-9 tahun 2025. Bapak Menteri ESDM dan hadirin yang kami hormati, sebagai institusi yang diberikan mandat strategis di bidang ketahanan nasional dan menjadi School of Geopolitics, Lembaga Ketahanan Nasional Republik Indonesia kembali menyelenggarakan Forum Dialog Geopolitik Internasional dengan tema Fragmentasi Geoekonomi dan Ketahanan Energi. Sebagaimana arahan Bapak Presiden Republik Indonesia, Bapak Prabowo Subianto, beliau selalu menekankan pentingnya kemandirian strategis dalam kebijakan energi nasional dan ketahanan geoekonomi. Sebuah tema yang lahir bukan dari ruang hampa. Tema ini tentu sangat relevan di tengah respon strategis atas meningkatnya tensi geopolitik global. Disrupsi ekonomi lintas batas serta ketegangan dalam penguasaan sumber daya energi yang kini menjadi panggung kontestasi kekuatan besar yang ada di dunia. Dunia saat ini tengah menghadapi fragmentasi geoekonomi, suatu kondisi ketika ketidakpastian politik dan ekonomi global memicu lahirnya aliansi atau blok perdagangan baru, proteksionisme energi, serta reshoring rantai pasok strategis. Hal ini tentu berdampak secara langsung kepada kebijakan energi nasional negara-negara berkembang, termasuk Indonesia. Bapak Menteri ESDM dan hadirin yang kami hormati, kami laporkan bahwa Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2025 ini diselenggarakan selama 2 hari, dimulai pada hari ini, tanggal 24 Juni 2025 sampai dengan besok 25 Juni 2025, dihadiri oleh 1.000 peserta dari berbagai negara dan lembaga, terdiri atas para akademisi, para pejabat pemerintahan yang terkait, pelaku industri energi, serta para pemikir kebijakan, baik dari dalam negeri maupun dari luar negeri, termasuk para kader pimpinan nasional yang sedang mengikuti pendidikan kepemimpinan di Lemhannas Republik Indonesia. Forum ini mengangkat 4 fokus utama. Yang pertama adalah dinamika ekonomi global dan keseimbangan kekuatan mendukung kebijakan energi berkelanjutan. Tadi telah dilaksanakan Pak Menteri ESDM. Kemudian nanti pada sesi yang kedua kita akan mengangkat tema tentang hilirisasi, industrialisasi, dan ketahanan energi dalam respon perubahan geopolitik kontemporer dunia. Sesi yang ketiga yang akan dilaksanakan pada esok hari, yaitu peran energi terbarukan dalam pergeseran geopolitik dan geoekonomi global. Yang keempat, strategi adaptasi kota global mendukung ketahanan energi dan ekonomi. Keempat topik tersebut dibahas melalui proses dialog panel lintas sektoral dan disiplin keilmuan guna menghasilkan rumusan kebijakan energi yang berdaya saing, berkelanjutan, dan adaptif terhadap dinamika global. Jakarta Geopolitical Forum ini juga merupakan forum ilmiah yang mempertemukan para peneliti dan akademisi dari berbagai negara untuk menghasilkan penelitiannya tentang geoekonomi dan ketahanan energi. Saat ini telah terkumpul sejumlah 165 artikels dari 8 negara yang terdiri atas Rusia, Belgia, Nigeria, Malaysia, Slovakia, India, Korea, dan Hungaria. Seluruh call paper ini yang diikuti oleh peserta dari berbagai negara akan dijadikan sebagai sumbangsih pemikiran dan gagasan berupa proceeding ilmiah yang terakreditasi secara internasional. Hadirin yang kami hormati, kita tahu bahwa kita dianugerahi oleh Tuhan, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala potensi kekayaan alam yang luar biasa, terutama mineral strategis. Dari mulai nikel, boksit, tembaga, hingga potensi energi terbarukan seperti panas bumi, air, dan surya. Kebijakan hilirisasi yang telah Presiden Republik Indonesia Bapak Prabowo Subianto tetapkan di dalam Asta Cita merupakan contoh nyata bagaimana Indonesia dapat mengubah struktur ekonomi ekstraktif menjadi ekonomi yang bernilai tambah. Pelarangan ekspor nikel mentah misalnya telah mendorong investasi dalam industri baterai dan kendaraan listrik yang kini menjadi bagian dari peta persaingan global. Langkah ini bukan hanya sekedar strategi ekonomi, melainkan sebuah pernyataan geopolitik bahwa Indonesia harus berdiri tegak dan berdaulat atas sumber daya strategis yang dimilikinya. Bapak Menteri ESDM yang kami hormati, forum ini tentu kita harapkan akan menjadi laboratorium gagasan, tempat bertemunya pemikiran kritis, bukti empiris, dan visi strategis untuk memperkuat ketahanan energi di tengah dunia yang penuh dengan ketidakpastian ini. Melalui diskusi lintas sektor dan rekomendasi yang bersifat operasional, kami berharap Jakarta Geopolitical Forum tahun 2025 ini dapat memberikan kontribusi nyata dalam kebijakan energi nasional yang inklusif, berkelanjutan, dan berdaulat. Kami, Lembaga Ketahanan Nasional Republik Indonesia, mengucapkan terima kasih sebesar-besarnya kepada Kementerian ESDM yang dipimpin oleh Bapak Dr. Bahlil Lahadalia, dan juga kepada pemerintah Provinsi DKI Jakarta, dan saya sengaja khusus mengundang Bapak Rano Karno, karena Bapak Ibu sekalian, kita menggunakan istilah Jakarta, dan Jakarta berulang tahun ke 498 tahun menuju 5 abad, dan Jakarta berkomitmen terus untuk menjadi kota global dan ditunjukkan dengan berbagai upaya mendorong energi terbarukan di dalam wilayah publiknya. Kami ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Kedeputian Pengkajian dan juga kepada panitia, baik yang steering committee maupun organizing committee yang telah mempersiapkan acara ini dengan sebaik-baiknya. Maka kita harapkan dengan kegiatan ini sekali lagi, Lemhannas Republik Indonesia berkomitmen untuk terus mendorong dan memberikan rekomendasi-rekomendasi strategis bagi upaya kita dalam membangun kemandirian dan ketahanan energi nasional. Demikian Bapak Ibu sekalian, mohon kiranya dengan segala hormat Bapak Menteri ESDM mewakili Bapak Presiden Republik Indonesia untuk berkenan memberikan arahan dan keynote speech sekaligus membuka acara Jakarta Geopolitical Forum ke-9 tahun 2025 ini secara resmi. Sekian dan terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much, Mr. Governor, for your remarks once again. Thank you very much. And now, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we step into our next agenda, which is the keynote speech by the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, to be followed by the official opening ceremony of the Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2025. Untuk itu kami persilahkan kepada Bapak Menteri, Bapak Bahlil Lahadalia, untuk memberikan keynote speech-nya. Once again, would like to invite the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Pak Gubernur Lemhannas yang saya hormati, Pak Dr. Aceh Hasan Sadli, dan seluruh pejabat di Lemhannas. Sebelum saya melanjutkan, ada salam hormat dari Bapak Presiden. Tadinya Bapak Presiden berencana untuk hadir, tapi ada satu dan lain hal, beliau memerintahkan untuk saya mewakili dalam membuka acara pada hari ini. Yang saya hormati anggota DPR yang sempat hadir, Bapak Ibu pejabat dari Kementerian Lembaga, Duta Besar yang hadir, praktisi, akademisi, dan lebih khusus yang mulia, sahabat saya, Wakil Gubernur DKI Jakarta, Bapak Rano Karno. Ini dulu waktu saya masih sekolah ngefans sama beliau, ngefans banget. Ya, perjalanan hidup kita nggak pernah tahu bahwa hari ini kita duduk satu jadi menteri, satu jadi wakil gubernur gitu kira. Dan Pak Aceh ini kalau gubernur lain di 38 provinsi, hanya ada 2 gubernur yang tanpa dipilih. Satu gubernur Jogja, karena udah langsung undang-undangnya, satunya gubernur Lemhannas, tanpa pilkada. Jadi wakil gubernurnya juga begitu, tanpa pilkada. Kalau Pak Rano Karno butuh perjuangan untuk jadi wakil gubernur. Bapak Ibu semua, saya sebenarnya sesi saya itu jam 1 kalau tidak salah. Tapi karena sebagai pembantu presiden harus selalu siap untuk menjalankan apa yang diperintahkan. Bapak Ibu narasumber yang saya muliakan, selamat datang dan saya ucapkan terima kasih atas partisipasi kita semua dalam mengikuti acara ini. Satu hal yang saya mengatakan bahwa kondisi global hari ini sangat mencemaskan kita semua. Geopolitik yang terus menerus bukan lagi per minggu perubahannya, per hari bahkan per jam. Dan kalau kita menengok ke belakang, sesungguhnya proses ini terjadi sejak 2016-2017 yang diawali dengan perang dagang antara China dan Amerika. Berlanjut terus, pandemi COVID itu juga melahirkan ketidakpastian. Di saat hampir semua negara berpikir untuk pemulihan ekonomi pasca pandemi, muncul ketegangan politik antara Rusia dan Ukraina, muncul lagi di Timur Tengah antara Israel dan Palestina. Belum selesai lagi sekarang yang terbaru adalah persoalan Israel, Iran, dan Amerika masuk. Di kawasan Asia Pasifik, ketegangan lagi antara India dan Pakistan. Bapak Ibu semua, akibat ini melahirkan sebuah kondisi ekonomi yang susah untuk kita prediksi. Harus jujur saya katakan, ini susah sekali. Di awalnya ketika kita ingin bergabung pada sebuah kawasan-kawasan ekonomi, dengan harapan saling mendukung. Sekarang hampir semua negara memikirkan tentang kepentingan negaranya masing-masing. Dan apa yang terjadi? Terjadi koreksi pertumbuhan ekonomi global. Di saat bersamaan, dunia dituntut untuk melakukan transformasi energi dari fosil ke energi baru terbarukan. Inilah kemudian Bapak Ibu semua dampak dari ketidakpastian ini. Sekarang bagaimana tentang Indonesia? Indonesia dalam konteks energi pada tahun 1997 kita salah satu negara eksportir minyak yang mendominasi perdagangan minyak global. Kita waktu itu pernah mempunyai lifting sekitar 1.500.000 barel sampai 1.600.000 barel per day. Dengan konsumsi hanya sekitar 500.000 barel. Kita bisa ekspor sekitar 1 juta barel per day. Krisis ekonomi 97-98 terjadi perubahan regulasi dan lifting kita mulai menurun terus. Sekarang di 2024 lifting minyak nasional kita hanya sekitar 580.000 barel per day. Dengan konsumsi satu hari sekitar 1,5-1,6 juta barel per day. Jadi terbalik kondisi kita antara 96-97 dengan 2025 sekarang ini. Ini sebuah tantangan yang cukup luar biasa bagi Indonesia. Di saat bersamaan perang Iran, Israel, dan Amerika ikut, Selat Hormuz sekarang udah dalam kondisi yang mengerikan juga. Karena parlemen Iran sudah menyetujui untuk penutupan itu. Dan dalam hitungan kami, hampir 30% jalur distribusi itu lewat situ. Kita nggak pernah berpikir apa yang akan terjadi pasca penutupan ini. Nah, tapi Bapak Ibu semua, Indonesia masih tetap harus bersyukur. Di balik gejolak ekonomi yang seperti ini, pertumbuhan ekonomi kita di kuartal pertama masih tetap di angka 4,85%. Dengan inflasi kita masih di bawah 3%. Artinya apa? Kekuatan makroekonomi kita, itu fundamental ekonomi kita masih cukup baik. Dan kontribusi pertumbuhan ekonomi kita dari 4,85 itu konsumsi sekitar 53%, kemudian investasi kurang lebih sekitar 29-30%, selebihnya itulah spending pemerintah dan ekspor impor. Artinya 53% minimal pertumbuhan ekonomi itu didominasi oleh spending di dalam negeri, dalam hal ini konsumsi. Jadi kita masih agak lebih baik lah dibandingkan dengan negara-negara lain di G20. Dalam konteks ketahanan energi, apa yang harus dilakukan ke depan? Bapak Ibu semua, kita tahu bahwa Indonesia, negara kita, itu sumur kita itu kurang lebih sekitar 39.000 sampai dengan 40.000 sumur. Potensi kita. Ketika geopolitik yang tidak menentu, maka tidak ada cara lain. Yang harus kita lakukan adalah kita mengukur keunggulan komparatif kita. Kita ngecek. Sumur kita dari total 39.000 sekian, yang baru berfungsi itu kurang lebih sekitar 16.000 sampai 17.000. Selebihnya masih banyak. Idle well, kemudian sumur-sumur tua, ada sumur-sumur baru. Dan ini harus kita lakukan untuk kita mengoptimalkan strategi pertahanan yang lebih baik untuk menghadapi global yang tidak pasti adalah bagaimana kita memaksimalkan potensi kekayaan kita. Dan ini kita akan melakukan ekspansi untuk meningkatkan lifting. Dan target lifting kita di tahun 2025 itu sebesar 605.000 barel per day. Dan insya Allah realisasinya nanti di 31 Desember target APBN ini akan kita wujudkan. Dan ini banyak sekarang kita lagi melakukan kerjasama dengan berbagai negara dan perusahaan-perusahaan dari luar negeri yang mempunyai teknologi. Kemarin saya baru pulang dari Rusia mendampingi Bapak Presiden. Kemudian kita juga melakukan kerjasama dengan Amerika, kemudian dengan China. Kita melakukan kerjasama karena memang politik kita bebas aktif. Kita tidak berpihak kepada satu negara manapun. Negara mana yang menguntungkan untuk kita dan sama-sama untung, ayo. Kita tidak dalam posisi untuk ke A atau ke B. Dan ini juga terjadi pada persoalan bagaimana kita melakukan proses-proses kerjasama dalam rangka meningkatkan ketahanan energi kita. Begitupun menyangkut dengan LPG. Bapak Ibu semua, LPG kita kebutuhan LPG kita per tahun itu kurang lebih sekitar 8 juta ton. Dan industri kita di dalam negeri hanya bisa menyuplai 1,3 juta ton. Kurang lebih sekitar 7 juta ton kita juga impor. Dan 54% dari impor LPG kita itu dari Amerika. Selebihnya dari Middle East. Dan beberapa negara lain di kawasan Asia. Termasuk dari Malaysia. Dan kalau kita ingin untuk melihat ketahanan energi kita, tidak ada cara lain lagi adalah untuk kita memanfaatkan potensi kita. Batu bara kita cukup banyak. Kita bisa olah untuk mengganti LPG menjadi DME. Olahan dari lokal dari batu bara. Nah, saya pikir ini sekedar sekilas dari persoalan ketahanan energi kita. Nah, pertanyaan berikut adalah menyangkut dengan hilirisasi. Banyak orang tanya kepada saya, kenapa harus hilirisasi? Bapak Ibu semua, kita punya sejarah panjang dalam berbangsa dan bernegara. 3,5 abad kita pernah dijajah oleh Belanda. Dan penjajahan itu awalnya adalah bagaimana secara ekonomi. Mengambil sumber daya alam kita. Kirim barang mentah semua keluar. 350 tahun. Dan kalau boleh jujur saya katakan bahwa sebagian negara-negara yang mengharapkan bahan baku dari Indonesia untuk industri mereka jalan, itu boleh katakan hampir mendekati kecanduan terhadap sumber daya alam kita. Maka kemudian pertanyaannya adalah, kenapa harus Indonesia melakukan jalan peta untuk melakukan hilirisasi? Minimal ada 2 alasan mendasar bagi saya. Yang pertama adalah memang sumber daya alam kita itu cukup banyak. Kita nikel terbesar di dunia. Kemudian boksit, nomor 4 terbesar di dunia. Tembaga, kita nomor 9 terbesar di dunia. Timah, kita juga terbesar di dunia. Dan batu bara, 6 terbesar di dunia. Ini dari sektor mineral batu bara. Dan sekarang ini, kalau kita mau belajar, alasan yang kedua adalah kita belajar pada negara-negara yang duluan maju daripada kita. Bagaimana ketika Inggris pada abad ke-16 melarang ekspor wool sebagai bahan baku dari tekstil. Bagaimana Amerika Serikat pada abad ke-19 memproteksi industrinya. Bagaimana Korea membuat kebijakan 58% kreditnya diprioritaskan pada sektor-sektor industri. China, TKDN-nya sampai 80% harus diproteksi. Nah, berangkat dari sana Bapak Ibu semua, saya tidak ingin Indonesia yang kaya menjadi negara kutukan sumber daya alam. Saya tidak ingin itu. Bahkan sebelum saya di ESDM, saya menjadi Menteri Investasi. Kita mencoba untuk membangun ilustrasi. Jalan seperti apa yang ideal untuk kita melakukan hilirisasi. Waktu itu pertentangannya luar biasa sekali. Karena harus saya jujur mengatakan bahwa optimalisasi gerakan hilirisasi dilakukan baru pada periode 2015 ke sini. Sebelumnya juga sudah dilakukan. Dan konsep kita waktu itu masih tiba saat, tiba akal. belum by design. Karena pertentangannya banyak. Ada yang pingin kita ekspor raw material aja. Ada yang pingin kita menciptakan nilai tambah. Perdebatannya waktu itu panjang sekali Bapak Ibu semua. Tapi kemudian pemerintahan sebelumnya dan pemerintahan sekarang di bawah pimpinan Pak Presiden Prabowo memerintahkan harus hilirisasi sebagai salah satu jalan alternatif untuk melakukan transformasi ekonomi kita dari konsumsi kepada produksi. Dan ini menyangkut dengan kedaulatan negara. Ini menyangkut dengan kedaulatan negara. Maka apa yang harus kita lakukan Bapak Ibu semua? Begitu kita belajar lagi dari berbagai pandangan-pandangan ekonom dunia mengatakan bahwa hilirisasi di sebuah negara dan industrialisasi tidak akan berhasil kalau tanpa ada keterlibatan negara secara maksimal. Dalam berbagai pandangan akademik itu juga terjadi diskusi. Dan kemudian pemerintah Indonesia merumuskan peta jalan untuk melakukan hilirisasi pada semua sektor komoditas. Jadi Bapak Ibu semua, dari pengalaman-pengalaman yang ada, dan saya juga banyak diskusi dengan beberapa menteri-menteri di sektor ekonomi di beberapa negara maju, tidak ada negara yang berhasil industrinya tanpa ada keterlibatan negara. Nggak ada. Contoh katakanlah China. China menyangkut hilirisasi dan industrinya itu di bawah PM langsung. Korea itu ditangani langsung oleh semacam satu kementerian yang di sini kayak seperti Bappenas. Begitupun negara-negara lain. Nah, kemudian kita rumuskan, maka kita lakukan pemetaan. Karena Indonesia adalah negara kaya, tapi kekayaan kita kirim raw material aja, maka sebelum kita melakukan sebuah planning jangka panjang, kita memetakan. Ini adalah 28 komoditas strategis yang bisa kita melakukan hilirisasi. Dengan total investasi kurang lebih sekitar 800 miliar lebih. Nah, ini sampai dengan 2040 Bapak Ibu semua. Nah, hilirisasi ini tidak hanya dimaknai hanya pada sektor mineral batu bara atau oil and gas, tapi juga meliputi pada sektor-sektor perikanan, kehutanan, pertanian dan perkebunan. Memang ada tantangan kalau kita melakukan hilirisasi. Ada perdebatan karena hilirisasi ini salah satu instrumen untuk pertumbuhan ekonomi, tapi juga harus mampu menciptakan lapangan pekerjaan. Ada perdebatan antara hilirisasi yang padat teknologi dengan hilirisasi yang padat karya. Kalau padat teknologi, udah pasti rekrutmen tenaga kerja kita tidak akan sebanyak kalau padat karya. Tapi kita membuat satu gagasan program, saya bilang tidak perlu kita perdebatkan antara padat karya dan padat teknologi. Tapi kita buat blending. Karena pasti proses untuk hilirisasi pada sektor pertambangan itu nggak bisa kita hanya mengandalkan padat karya. Tapi di sektor perikanan, perkebunan, pertanian itu bisa kita dorong untuk menjadi padat karya. Apa yang terjadi Bapak Ibu semua? Saya mengambil satu contoh. Ketika Indonesia konsisten untuk melakukan tahap pertama dalam membangun hilirisasi. Sekalipun saya akui ini tantangannya nggak gampang. Ketika kita menyetop ekspor ore nikel untuk kita membangun hilirisasi tahap pertama. Saya ingat betul waktu itu saya masih kepala BKPM. 2019 tanggal 27 Oktober ketika saya baru menjabat di pemerintah 4 hari. Kita rapat dan memutuskan untuk menyetop ekspor ore nikel. Pada 2017-2018 nilai ekspor kita di sektor nikel itu 3,3 miliar US dollar. Begitu kita menyetop ekspor ore nikel, kita membangun industrinya. Kita bangun smelternya. Dengan memakai konsep tiba saat tiba akal waktu itu. Karena belum tertata. Tapi apa yang terjadi Bapak Ibu semua? 2024 Indonesia sudah menjadi pemain terbesar di dunia untuk komoditas ekspor dari turunan bahan baku nikel. Dan kita dibawa ke WTO oleh Uni Eropa. Kita diprotes habis-habisan. Dinamikanya cukup besar. Saya katakan kepada teman-teman saya, saudara-saudara saya di negara-negara yang tidak setuju dengan apa yang dilakukan oleh Indonesia dalam melakukan hilirisasi. Saya katakan, kalau memang kalian nggak setuju untuk Indonesia melakukan itu, terus jalan apa yang harus kami jalani untuk Indonesia, negara kami, menjadi juga negara maju seperti negara tuan-tuan? Tunjukkan jalannya. Kalau ada jalan alternatif lain, maka mungkin kami akan memakai jalan itu. Tapi kalau tidak ada jalan yang lain, maka kami akan konsisten untuk menjalankan ini. Dan ini terus-menerus kita lakukan. Tetapi berlahan-lahan kita akan komunikasikan terus. Bapak Ibu semua, hilirisasi ini adalah jalan tengah dan salah satu sektor untuk menciptakan pertumbuhan ekonomi kita. Sekalipun banyak tantangan. Kenapa tantangan kita yang pertama? Karena kelembagaan kita waktu di awal itu belum ada. Jadi tidak ada kementerian yang menangani hilirisasi secara fokus. Nah, di bawah pemerintahan Pak Presiden Prabowo, sekarang kita sudah membuat kelembagaan hilirisasi. Sudah ada yang namanya Kementerian Investasi dan Hilirisasi. Ini sama dengan negara-negara lain juga melakukan fokus. Yang kedua, terjadi perdebatan juga bahwa tata kelolanya yang belum bagus. Kita rumuskan, saya bilang. Kelembagaannya kita rumuskan. Dan sekarang sudah ada Satgas Hilirisasi. Dari semua kementerian yang ada, yang membidangi sumber daya alam dan industrinya, sudah masuk di Satgas Hilirisasi. Perdebatan yang ketiga adalah terkait dengan hilirisasi. Banyak juga yang memberikan pandangan hilirisasi ini hanya menguntungkan pihak investor, bukan dalam negeri. Tapi kemudian kita jawab, Bapak Ibu semua, bahwa hilirisasi ini akan bisa mendapatkan nilai tambah secara maksimal di negara kita kalau memang kredit pembiayaannya dilakukan di dalam negeri. Kalau pembiayaannya masih banyak dari luar negeri, maka pasti begitu prosesnya jalan kita akan membayar pokok dan utang di luar negeri itu. Dan itulah sekarang Pak Presiden memerintahkan untuk membangun dana antara sebagai pembiayaan hilirisasi nasional kita. Jadi ini jawabannya. Nah, pada konteks yang lain, menyangkut dengan hilirisasi, tidak hanya pada sektor nikel. Katakanlah ada pohon industrinya enggak? Coba bikin satu pohon industri. Kita pernah mempunyai pohon industri nikel, ada enggak? Yes. Nah, yang putih-putih itu yang kita belum punya. Yang hijau-hijau itu kita sudah punya. Dan sekarang untuk nikel, kita sedang membangun ekosistem. Baterai mobil yang terintegrasi, tanggal 29 besok akan diresmikan insya Allah oleh Bapak Presiden. Ini adalah investasi dari hulu ke hilir. Dari tambang, smelter, HPAL, prokursor, sampai katoda. Ini pertama kali di dunia sebesar ini. Ini investasinya adalah CATL. Total investasinya sekitar 6 miliar US dollar. Dan pasti negara-negara lain juga berpikir kalau ini semuanya dilakukan di Indonesia, maka biaya produksinya akan lebih murah. Ini yang kita berbicara tentang dampak, efek positif dan negatif dari negara-negara yang menganggap bahwa ini penting untuk kita melakukan kompetisi secara baik. Contoh tembaga. Bapak Ibu semua, tembaga dulu Freeport mengelola konsentrat kita sekarang sekitar 3 juta ton per tahun. Kita kirim ekspor aja. Belum ada industrinya. Tahun 2021, 2022 kita minta untuk membangun smelter. Investasinya sekitar 3 miliar US dollar. Kita nggak pernah tahu berapa emas yang kita punya di kandungan dari Freeport. Bapak Ibu tahu, begitu smelter dibangun, sengel lain terbesar di dunia di Gresik, dari 3 juta konsentrat dari Freeport menghasilkan kurang lebih sekitar 60 ton emas yang sekarang sudah berproduksi dalam negeri kita. Ini juga akan terjadi di Inalum. Nah, artinya apa? Kalau hilirisasi ini mampu kita lakukan betul, maka kedaulatan ekonomi kita ini betul-betul terjadi. Dan sekarang kita akan membangun industrinya pada sampai dengan tingkat kabel maupun yang lain. Pertanyaan berikut, apakah negara kita bisa berkompetisi dengan negara lain? Saya ingin mengatakan, hari ini global itu berbicara pada produk-produk yang ramah lingkungan. Kalau produk yang ramah lingkungan syaratnya harus mempunyai green energy dan green industry. Kita mempunyai bahan baku yang cukup. Kita mempunyai potensi energi baru terbarukan. Kita mempunyai CCS, carbon storage untuk menangkap carbon capture. Ini adalah keunggulan komparatif yang negara kita miliki. Yang belum tentu negara lain punya itu. Tapi kita juga sadar bahwa tidak akan mungkin kita bisa survive kalau cuma sendiri. Pasti kolaborasi. Maka kemarin kita menandatangani kerjasama dengan Singapura. Untuk kita meminta kepada mereka, meminta kita ekspor energi baru terbarukan. Tapi saya minta sama mereka, juga kalian harus membangun kawasan industri dan investasi dalam rangka membangun hilirisasi di Kepri, Karimun, Bintang dan Kepri, KKB. Dan sekarang kita sudah mulai jalan dengan investasi di atas 10 miliar US dollar. Ini kemarin saya baru pulang dari Singapura. Cara-cara seperti ini yang harus kita lakukan. Boksit, timah, ini kita akan lakukan terus menerus. Apapun yang terjadi Bapak Ibu semua, di era kondisi global yang tidak menentu, yang bisa menyelamatkan negara kita hanya kita sendiri. Tidak bisa kita berhadap pada negara-negara lain. Tidak bisa. Dan karena itu kita harus mempunyai komitmen yang kuat secara terus menerus. Saya tahu bahwa untuk melakukan hilirisasi ini banyak tantangan. Dan berbagai macam strategi untuk ada pihak-pihak yang tidak ingin hilirisasi ini berjalan dengan baik. Kami tahu itu. Di aspek yang lain, kita juga harus sadar bahwa hilirisasi ini harus juga ramah lingkungan. Banyak juga yang memberikan pandangan bahwa hilirisasi kita lingkungannya agak sedikit tidak sesuai dengan apa yang diharapkan. Saya menggelitik pertanyaan saya. Saya mau tanya dulu, sebagian negara-negara lain pada saat mereka di era 40-an, 50-an, 60-an, mereka kan punya hutan banyak juga. Mereka punya tambang juga banyak. Semuanya mereka banyak. Pada saat itu negara mereka belum maju seperti sekarang. Maka mereka mengambil sumber daya alam mereka itu. Hutannya dibabat, tambangnya diambil. Dan mungkin lingkungannya pada saat itu, wallahu alam ya, mungkin tidak lebih baik dari apa yang kita lakukan sekarang. Pertanyaan saya, siapa yang memprotes mereka di saat itu? Sekarang negara kita, negara-negara berkembang yang mempunyai sumber daya alam, yang baru memulai untuk berpikir agar nilai tambah, untuk kemudian bisa mensejahterakan rakyatnya, untuk bisa membangun, kok ada yang merasa terganggu? Ada apa di balik itu? Negara-negara di dunia ini harus dihargai kedaulatan kemerdekaannya. Tidak boleh ada satu negara yang merasa lebih berhak, lebih kuat daripada negara lain. Karena kita harus membangun kesepahaman bahwa berdiri sama tinggi, duduk sama rendah di mata dunia dalam mengelola sumber daya alam kita. Ini yang harus dibangun, Bapak Ibu semua. Sudah barang tentu dalam konteks hilirisasi, selain lingkungan juga harus berkeadilan dan berkelanjutan. Kami akui bahwa dalam pembangunan hilirisasi dalam kurun waktu 5-6 tahun ke belakang itu belum sempurna. Itu belum sempurna. Tetapi tidak ada kesempurnaan hakiki tanpa diawali dengan kekurangan. Seperti anak kecil yang jalan. Tidak ada anak kecil yang lahir langsung tiba-tiba lari. Pasti dia jalan dulu, belajar jalan, ada jatuh lagi, berdiri lagi. Dan dia memperbaiki cara berjalannya. Kira-kira seperti itulah logika hilirisasi yang kita bangun di negara kita sekarang ini. Tidak ada pelari maraton yang hebat tanpa dia belajar. Dan mungkin dalam belajarnya mungkin dia jatuh, ada kakinya lecet, dia belajar lagi. Ini yang sekarang kita lakukan. Jangan memakai baseline negara yang sudah membangun hilirisasi 40 tahun, 50 tahun dengan baseline negara yang baru membangun 6 tahun. Itu tidak apple to apple. Dan itu adalah menurut saya cara berpikir yang harus kita luruskan. Nah, dalam konteks hilirisasi yang berkeadilan, saya juga mengakui bahwa hari ini hilirisasi di daerah itu yang paling yang dirasakan manfaat yang paling banyak itu adalah investor dan pemerintah pusat. Dalam penelitian saya mengatakan demikian. Hilirisasi ke depan itu harus berkeadilan bagi daerah-daerah. UMKM daerah, masyarakat daerah. Justru nilai tambahnya harus orang daerah yang dapat paling banyak. Dan mereka harus menjadi tuan di negeri sendiri. Tidak boleh kue ekonomi itu dibawa semua ke Jakarta atau dibawa ke investor. Inilah sebagai implementasi daripada sila kelima dari Pancasila. Keadilan sosial bagi seluruh rakyat Indonesia. Jadi kita minta ada kolaborasi yang baik antara investor, pemerintah pusat, pengusaha daerah, masyarakat daerah dan pemerintah daerah. Dan harus diakui Bapak Ibu semua, dalam pengalaman implementasi hilirisasi di Indonesia, khususnya saya ambil contoh di 2 provinsi, di Maluku Utara dan di Sulawesi. Itu pertumbuhan ekonominya di atas 20%. Di saat pertumbuhan ekonomi nasional kita di bawah 6%, 5% atau 5, sekian, itu pertumbuhan ekonomi di 2 provinsi itu di atas 20%. Dan ini adalah strategi untuk kita melakukan transformasi ekonomi kita. Dari jasa konsumsi ke industri. Dan kalau ini mampu konsisten kita lakukan, insya Allah kita akan menuju kepada apa yang ditargetkan untuk kita menjadi salah satu negara yang GDP kita masuk 10 besar pada 2045. Bapak Ibu semua yang terakhir, saya ingin menyampaikan juga bahwa Indonesia dalam membangun hilirisasi itu bukan tidak memperhatikan sifat berkelanjutan. Kita sekarang lagi membuat roadmap untuk hilirisasi pasca tambang. Contoh kita membuat hilirisasi pada sektor tambang di nikel. Kita sekarang mulai berpikir, kalau masa cadangan nikelnya itu habis pada 20 tahun atau 30 tahun, industri yang bangun di sana, pada 10 tahun ketika dia melakukan break even point, dia sudah memikirkan untuk industri apa yang akan dibangun di sana. Jadi katakanlah sekarang kalau dia main di tambang, dia harus mulai masuk di sektor keunggulan komparatif yang lain. Contoh perkebunan, perikanan. Tujuannya apa? Agar begitu tambang selesai, dia melakukan sektor-sektor yang lain. Supaya daerah itu tetap perputaran ekonominya tetap berjalan. Jadi jangan menganggap bahwa setelah tambang selesai, terus selesai. Tolong jangan ajarin kami tentang negara kami. Karena kami yang paling tahu tentang tujuan negara kami. Bukan kami nggak tahu, kami tahu itu. Tapi kasih kami waktu juga untuk melakukan hal ini. Bapak Ibu semua, kalau ini mampu kita lakukan, maka hilirisasi ini tidak hanya pada kurun waktu tertentu. Tetapi ini akan berkesinambungan. Memang yang idealnya itu adalah lingkungan kita harus jaga. Keberlanjutannya harus kita jaga. Keadilannya kita harus jaga. Dan saya pikir sekarang Indonesia di bawah pemerintahan Presiden Pak Prabowo dan Wakil Presiden Mas Gibran telah pada jalan yang benar. Telah mendesain hilirisasi, sudah ada kelembagaannya, yaitu Kementerian Investasi dan Hilirisasi, sudah ada tata kelolanya lewat Satgas Hilirisasi, kelembagaan keuangannya sudah ada pada Danantara, kebijakan regulasi di Undang-Undang Minerba sekarang sudah memberikan ruang sebesar-besarnya kepada pengusaha daerah untuk mengambil bagian, dan keberlanjutan dan lingkungannya juga kita harus jaga. Kalau ini mampu kita lakukan, maka kita menjawab kondisi geopolitik yang tidak menentu seperti sekarang. Kemandirian nasional kita kuat, maka kita harus menjaga kedaulatan negara kita. Dan kalau ini bisa kita lakukan dengan baik, insya Allah Indonesia ke depan akan menjadi negara yang juga disegani oleh negara-negara yang lain. Saya pikir demikian yang harusnya membawakan ini adalah Bapak Presiden, tapi karena Bapak Presiden sekali lagi menyampaikan salam Pak Gubernur, beliau ada rapat, jadi kurang lebihnya apa yang sampaikan sudah mewakili apa perintah Bapak Presiden kepada saya untuk menjelaskan kepada peserta pada hari ini. Demikian, terima kasih, kurang lebihnya mohon maaf. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Santi Santi, Om Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan.
Terima kasih Bapak Menteri, berkenan Bapak untuk tetap di atas panggung. Kita akan lanjutkan dengan prosesi pembukaan secara resmi Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2025. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the opening ceremony, and with this would like to kindly invite the Governor of National Resilience Institute of the Republic of Indonesia and the Vice Governor of DKI Jakarta to join the Minister on the stage for the opening ceremony. And the procession will be marked by striking the gong by the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources. Silakan Bapak untuk bersiap memegang dan akan memukul gong sebagai tanda pembukaan secara resmi. Baik, izinkan saya untuk menghitung mundur ya Bapak. Silakan, sudah siap? Baik, 3, 2, 1. So ladies and gentlemen, Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2025 is officially opened. Silakan, kita akan lanjutkan dengan foto bersama Bapak Menteri bersama dengan Bapak Gubernur dan Wakil Gubernur DKI Jakarta. Silakan foto dulu Bapak, mungkin Bapak Bahlil bisa menempatkan diri di tengah. Yes, let's continue with the photo session. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you, the Governor of Lemhannas and the Vice Governor of DKI Jakarta. You may all return to your seats. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the opening ceremony of the 9th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2025. It seems like it is now lunchtime, so would like to inform you that lunch is available at the lobby of Flores Ballroom, while for the VVIP guests, lunch is available on the left side as you exit the ballroom, and for the VIP guests, it is located on the right side of this exit of the ballroom. And after lunch, we'll continue with the agenda of plenary session 2, where the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia will also be one of the speakers in that plenary session. And that session will start at 1 p.m. this afternoon. So please be back at this room at 12:55 after lunch. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your lunch and we'll see you after the break. Thank you very much. Sekali lagi kami umumkan, makan siang tersedia di area ballroom di area foyer dari Flores Ballroom, dan bagi tamu VVIP bisa mengambil makan siang di sebelah kiri area ballroom ketika Anda keluar dari ruangan ini. Sementara untuk tamu VIP, makan siang tersedia di sebelah kanan.
Kan nggak pasti, ini Martin punya ini udah kelewatin jauh nih tuh.
Cek.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the ballroom. We believe that you had a good lunch and also networking along the way. And we also hope that you are all in the high spirits as well to continue with our discussions this afternoon. So, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now stepping into our second plenary session. And the topic that will be brought in this plenary session is still aligned with the event and the theme of the event today, which is geopolitics and how to make Indonesia resilient enough amidst the heightened geopolitical tensions in a lot of parts of the world. And to lead this important session, it is my honor now to introduce the moderator for our second plenary session, Dr. Brigita Manohara, STSH, MICOM MH. She's a very good friend of mine. And without further ado, let's welcome Dr. Mano to the stage.
So, good afternoon everyone. Kok sepi? Coba saya sapa sekali lagi dengan yang biasa dilakukan dalam bahasa Indonesia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tepuk tangan untuk Bapak Ibu semua. Saya pakai bahasa Indonesia dulu ya. Ini jam rawan. Kenapa? Karena biasanya habis makan kenyang pada cari sandaran hidup, ya kan? Terus pindah alam mimpi, kira-kira seperti itu. Baik Bapak Ibu sekalian, Excellencies, Ambassador and Representative of Partner Nations, distinguished participant from academia, industry, media, and international institution, and distinguished participants joining us from across the globe, and also who join us online at the Lemhannas YouTube account. Berlayar perahu ke Pulau Seribu, angin berhembus membawa berita. Selamat siang Bapak dan Ibu. Salam jumpa dari saya, Dr. Brigita Manohara. So, it is a great honor for me to welcome you to the plenary session, the second of the 9th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2025, under the theme, Downstreaming Industrialization and Energy Resilience in response to current global geopolitical changes. So we begin this session, ladies and gentlemen, at a time when global energy systems are under pressure, shaped by rising geopolitical tension, climate urgency, and shifting trade dynamics. As we know, and it's also mentioned by Pak Menteri, Pak Bahlil, that we are living in a time of profound global shift. The ongoing critical tension, trade disruption, and energy supply uncertainties from the war in Ukraine and also Iran-Israel. As we know, yesterday, one of the impact of Iran-Israel conflict is the rerouting of commercial shipping with many vessels deciding to avoid the Strait of Hormuz and also Persian Gulf, that it could potentially affect availability of energy and also essential commodities. Ladies and gentlemen, in this context, Indonesia's downstreaming and industrialization policies, particularly in the mineral and energy sectors, have taken center stages. By adding value to our natural resources domestically, we aim not only to boost economic growth and create jobs, but also to enhance our energy resilience and strategic autonomy. This journey requires collaboration between government policy maker, of course, and then global industry players, investors, and academic institutions to ensure that our approach is sustainable, competitive, and aligned with global standards. So, ladies and gentlemen, this session brings together voices from government, industry, international cooperation, and academia to deepen our understanding of these complex and urgent issues. We are honored to be joined by 4 distinguished speakers, each offering a unique lens on how the global energy transition is unfolding. Please welcome and joining me on stage, Senior Partner and Managing Partner McKinsey & Company Indonesia, Mr. Kunti Tan. The second one, I would like to invite Senior Partner and Senior Vice President for Partnership and Development at Center for Strategic Energy and Resources, Ms. Dini Sandis. Next, I would like to invite Rector of IPB University, Profesor Arif Satria. Next, let me invite Vice President Director at PT Freeport Indonesia, Mr. Jenpino Ngabdi. Harus baik-baik saya, biar diundang ke Freeport. Biar lihat tambang bawah tanah. Ya Pak, boleh Pak duduk. Atau di sini Pak sama saya. Mangku saya maksudnya Pak. Canda Pak. Bapak Ibu sehat-sehat Pak? Ya, in a good condition, right? Tenang. Tanggal 1 sudah dekat, gajian akan semakin dekat. Pak Gubernur mohon izin. Saya lihat Pak Gubernur setelah jadi Gubernur Lemhannas semakin tampan Pak. Semakin muda Pak, dan mudah-mudahan semakin cerah kita olah terus biar besok bisa masuk. Pokoknya kita olah terus supaya bisa jadi siswa, begitu ya Bapak Ibu. So, ladies and gentlemen, our speaker of course have a good perspective in our team today about downstreaming, industrialization, and etc. That is hopefully we can have insight from our speaker in this station. Walaupun tidak ada Pak Bahlil ya Bapak Ibu sekalian, karena tadi kan keynote mudah-mudahan bisa tercerna dengan baik. But we also want to know about the challenges, of course, that Iran and Israel, the tension is upraising. So it can be another challenges to our energy resilience, right? So ladies and gentlemen, before I let you to give a presentation for your perspective, I would like to give rules first. Each of speaker will given 10 or 15 minutes, so we have enough time to Q&A session. Is it okay? Okay. The first opportunity, I will invite Mr. Kun Titain to deliver his speech. Please give applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, terima kasih.
Pak Kun mau duduk atau berdiri? Saya percaya Pak Kun masih kuat berdiri, Pak.
Oh.
Walaupun saya belum pernah coba, Pak.
Oke, saya tunjukin.
Hanya yang masih bangun yang akan tertawa. Silakan Pak Kun.
Iya, tapi berdiri di tempat aja ya.
Oh iya, boleh Pak. Boleh Pak.
Terima kasih, selamat siang, salam sejahtera. Dan thank you very much for this honor and opportunity. Ini satu kehormatan dan kesempatan yang cukup baik untuk diskusi topik yang sangat penting. Izin lanjut dalam bahasa Inggris dan mungkin nanti campur-campur bahasa Inggris dan bahasa Indonesia. Yang akan saya sharing di sini, what I would like to share today is actually first of all the result of very deep research that the McKinsey Global Institute has been working on over the past year on the Indonesian economy. The central question that McKinsey Global Institute MGI was asking is what will it take for Indonesia to become a high-income economy by 2045. Bapak Ibu pasti sudah mendengar tentang middle income trap. Essentially, the question that MGI is trying to answer is what will it take for us to escape that dreaded middle income trap? And I will also tie it back to the topic that we have today about downstreaming and industrialization and energy security and how that will be actually critical to making Indonesia a high-income economy. So first of all, what we did is we looked at the whole world. Over the past, tidak terlalu lama sih, mungkin dalam waktu 20 tahun terakhir, 30 tahun terakhir maksimal, dan kami menanyakan, which are the countries that have actually managed to go from where Indonesia is today, which is roughly around $5,000 per capita in terms of income, to $13,000 per capita, which is the threshold untuk menjadi sebuah high income country. And what we found was very interesting that, of course we are excluding, countries like US, Japan, parts of Europe that have become high income like ages ago. But in the past 20, 30 years, there are some countries that have actually managed to become high income within a period of between 14 to 27 years. Right? And so the thing is, many countries aspire, like Indonesia does, punya aspirasi menjadi high income country, but actually a few, and only a few, successfully do so within a period of 20 years or less, which is our aspiration. Those countries include Chile, Poland, Korea, and China. While many other countries are also getting there, but it's taking much longer, 30, 40, maybe even 50 years. So that's point number one. Is it possible? Yes, it is. Do many countries make it? Not that many, actually. So the question is, what will it take? The slide berikutnya, what we actually try to understand as well is, what is the difference in terms of the composition of growth for countries that make it to high income? Dan ternyata yang kami dapat di sini adalah komposisi of growth-nya itu 80 atau 90% dari growth-nya itu datang dari productivity. Dan cuma 10 atau 20% yang datang dari factor inputs. Jadi kalau kita melihat Indonesia hari ini, mungkin it's roughly 50-50 or 60-40, that composition. So effectively what we need is actually to raise productivity of the Indonesian economy in order for us to actually become a high income country. And so the rate of growth that we are talking about based on benchmarks, kira-kira di antara 4 sampai 10% itu pernah terjadi, itu kenyataan. So actually in the short term, for us, I think we actually need to raise our growth rates quite significantly through some fundamental transformations of productivity in the country. So then the question is, how can we actually achieve that? This slide berikutnya. And what we actually found was that, a very important factor for a country or national productivity is actually the productivity of companies, enterprises, businesses in the economy. They are effectively the engines of growth, but not just any kind of growth, but productive growth. Di slide berikutnya, jadi di sini kita melihat ini sebenarnya it's a virtuous cycle that we need to enter into, which is that we need to have more growing companies that are actually investing into productivity while deepening both capital as well as human skills. And to do that at a national level, we also looked at what are the sources of capital accumulation, dan ternyata it is not just one form of capital that is important for a high income country. Biasanya kalau kita bicara capital, kita bicara financial capital, uang dan uang. Tetapi ternyata uang saja tidak cukup untuk mensustain sebuah negara dalam journey-nya dari middle income menjadi high income. Ternyata ada 5 jenis capital yang cukup penting. Financial capital, yes, but we're also talking about human capital development. So the skills in the workforce are very important. Then we are also talking about institutional capital. So how do the institutions in the country work together to enable enterprises to grow? Kemudian ada juga infrastructure capital, which I think we have all been benefiting from in Indonesia, the growth of all the sorts of logistics, transportation, networks, and so on. Still room to grow, but we have been working on that journey. Then last but not least, entrepreneurial capital. How ambitious and what is the culture like? Memang ini agak soft, tapi what is the culture like to encourage entrepreneurship for people to actually want to grow with ambition? So these are 5 sources of capital that are very important to become a high income economy. Now the question is, what does this have to do now in terms of our advantages in Indonesia? If on the next slide, I think as Pak Menteri shared earlier, we are very blessed in Indonesia. We have among the world's most diverse, world-class set of natural resources. very, very few countries can actually have this kind of starting point. It is a blessing, but of course, as we all know, it can also turn into a curse kalau kita tidak mengelola dengan baik sumber daya alam yang kita miliki di sini. So you can look at all across, we are number 1, number 2, 4th, 12, top 10 in the world on so many of the world's most precious and important commodities. Now the question is, what do we do with it, right? And the slide berikutnya, we actually have seen over the past 20 years, it's not just quite recent, in the world, there is a huge trend towards downstreaming, towards trying to add more value, even dari negara-negara yang tidak sekaya Indonesia dari segi sumber daya alam, they are actually trying to add more value and actually holding more control over the midstream to downstream, even though they may not have control over the upstream. And that is what we are seeing on that chart just now. And especially a few countries have been quite successful in their downstreaming approach, one of which is actually China and some of the other countries as well. And so if you look into now, going into some examples, and then we'll come into some of the lessons learned for us in Indonesia. If you look into China, one example is in aluminium. The slide berikutnya, you will see that actually, they have been on this journey for more than 20 years. The starting point of China back in 2000 was relatively small in aluminium. But today, they are both the world's largest producer and consumer of aluminium products, not just semi-finished products. And what they effectively did, one of the things they did, was actually beyond downstreaming just from the mineral perspective, is actually targeting specific sectors that require this aluminium semi-finished products. Sebagai contoh, sektor-sektor seperti otomotif, sektor-sektor seperti aerospace. Dan di situ investasinya besar-besaran dalam membangun human capital, tetapi juga teknologi-teknologi yang lebih canggih dan cocok untuk final product. Sehingga pada hari ini, we all know that the Chinese industry in automotive is, certainly world scale, and some would argue world class as well. And similarly, in aerospace, they are also starting to show moves. And a lot of it was driven both foreign direct investment, but as well as local national champions investing into these particular strategic sectors. And that is how downstreaming of aluminium actually happened. It happened not just because you built smelters, but also because you looked into what are some of the sources of more advanced manufacturing growth that you can actually deepen your capabilities in. Second example, smaller country, Malaysia, on the next slide. Now, we all know Indonesia, Malaysia are among the world's largest top 3 tin producers in the world. But actually, kalau ceritanya di Malaysia, itu mereka tidak mempunyai strategi tin downstreaming. Tetapi justru terbalik, mereka melihat dari sisi apa saja potensi di consumer electronics dan semiconductor sebagai sektor yang strategik untuk menciptakan lapangan kerja. Ini hampir 20-30 tahun yang lalu. And as you know, there was a lot of incentive, there were free trade zones that were created, and they attracted in the beginning 8 companies from across the world, Japanese, but also some European and some American companies to initially start the investment. Ada 8, itu kisah sukses awal. Tetapi setelah itu berkembang sehingga pada hari ini, there are also a lot of other companies beyond this original 8 that are invested to the point that hari ini mungkin sekitar 25% dari semiconductor, back-end, quality tested and all that, itu datang dari Malaysia. But as a result of what they did there, tin that went from upstream becoming ingot, itu sekarang sudah menjadi tin solder, tin plate dan sebagainya. So in a way, they were downstreaming by going very downstream into the actual strategic sector and then working backwards and creating the supply chain into tin solder. So meeting in the middle effectively. So Bapak dan Ibu, that was my last slide. I just wanted to summarize very briefly in terms of some of the things that we have seen from some of the global benchmarks. Yang pertama, kalau downstreaming dan industrialisasi maupun ketahanan energi, ketiga-tiganya itu sebenarnya faktor yang sangat penting untuk memajukan sesebuah negara. So that is quite clear. I mean, it's actually not against, it's actually for your growth. But the question is, how do we do this in a way yang sustainable? Supaya kita tidak nanti upstreamnya tapi downstreamnya sampai ke satu tahap kemudian macet di situ. Itu risiko kita. Kita sampai ke satu tahap midstream nggak bisa lagi. Nah, untuk itu kita memerlukan sebuah strategi yang berbeda. I would call it Make in Indonesia. What is the Make in Indonesia strategy? And to do that, sebenarnya of course, Indonesian market is big, but it cannot be bigger than a market like China, for example, or India. So the question is actually to make in Indonesia, kita juga harus export competitive because we have to think that we will also need to be a supplier to the rest of the region and maybe even the world. And to do that, we need strategic sectors where we can be good at and where we need to make very competitive. Consumer electronics or automotive or EV or whatever it is that we so choose. These are some of the strategic sectors that eventually will pull the minerals and downstreaming from those minerals. Itu yang pertama. Kedua, it's actually important to also benchmark and imagine because we will need to compete for investments, and investors will say, well, I have to choose, right? I have to make business choices where I put my manufacturing hub. Pertanyaannya buat kita di sini, why should an investor put the money here? Of course, local, clear, but global we also need as well in order like learning from the examples of China and Malaysia when they did this. So how can we make this competitive? One of the most important things is institutional capital. One of the 5 sources of capital. How do we ensure consistent policy, coordinated policy, and follow through and execution is one of those things that I keep hearing from investors would actually help to debottleneck many of these strategic sectors. And last, but very much not least, is also going beyond investments, is thinking about the skills of the workforce. How can we actually create the talents that will also fulfill the need of those particular strategic sectors? And with that, I hope that this will actually help Indonesia to successfully downstream, not just like we did for the past 10 years or the next 10 years, but hopefully over the next 20 or 30 years in a sustained way. Thank you very much.
Bentar Pak Kun, sebelum Pak Kun duduk. Pak Kun, ada nggak catatan tentang Danantara? This is new for us, the Danantara Super Holding Danantara ini. Is it will effective or just like your said before strategy made in Indonesia strategy? Is it a good strategy or what in your opinion?
I think Danantara can be a very effective instrument of the country for Make in Indonesia. Any Make in Indonesia strategy will obviously need to also involve Danantara. And as we all know, I think most countries that have surpluses or large state-owned enterprises, some call it government-linked corporations, do have their own sovereign wealth fund. And the key now is how do we ensure, of course, the capital allocation, good corporate governance, all these processes are running well and aligned to the national policies to actually create sustained long-term value. And there are, of course, very good case examples across the world.
Oke, tepuk tangan Bapak Ibu sekalian, terima
Thank
kasih.
you.
Pak Kun, mudah-mudahan nasibnya Danantara nggak kayak INA ya Bapak Ibu, yang saya nggak tahu sekarang nasibnya kayak gimana. Niatnya baik untuk bikin SWF ya, Sovereign Welfare Fund, tapi dulu kan amazing sekali INA itu. Nah sekarang Danantara, mudah-mudahan nasibnya nggak seumur jagung gitu ya Pak. Seperti yang tadi Pak Kun sampaikan, karena ada 3 poin, there are 3 points. The factors that mentioned by Pak Kun. The first is made in Indonesia strategy, and the second one is benchmarking, so we can optimize our potential, and of course the third one is going beyond, creating talent, new talent. Because SDM ini penting begitu ya Pak Kun ya, lu mau cerita kayak apa gitu ya, Tapi kalau nggak ada yang ngerjain ya wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kita geser Bapak Ibu sekalian. So I would like to invite Bu Dini to share your perspective, Senior Vice President for Partnership and Development at the Center for Strategic Energy and Resource. Please give applause Bapak Ibu sekalian untuk Bu Dini.
Selamat siang Bapak dan Ibu. Good afternoon distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. And like Ibu Brigita has said, this is a very difficult hour. So really happy to be here. And what I would like to share is actually echoing what our Minister Pak Bahlil has said this morning about the state or the country facilitating the movement of the energy transition. So this concept is called new structural economics. It is not a new concept, but later you will see that Indonesia has actually implemented this concept to a certain extent when Indonesia implemented the raw nickel export ban. So next slide. We don't have to go through this in detail because I think everyone knows that we are in a very challenging situation. And I would like to just draw your point to the third point here, that developing countries such as Indonesia is in a very asymmetrical position and it can face risk of path dependency. So we can get stuck in the middle income, unable to move up, and then we can even be in a potential choke points. We are also at risk of being very low technologically because of the inability of technology transfer. And we can see later on in the next slide how we should go about it and what we can do. So just to touch a bit, this may seem a little bit technical, but actually intuitively, a country should design their industrial policy according to their resources. Indonesia is very rich in a lot of resources. And the question is now how to design the policy that can allow the downstreaming of these resources strategically. Just now, our distinguished speaker this morning talked about the energy trilemma, the energy in terms of the energy security, in terms of the economics, in terms of the social and welfare of a country. We would like to argue that with this concept, you can and you should hit them all because they are all related. So the important part here is the role of the state, the role of the country. The country needs to input their resources with regard to what Mr. Kun just now has shared, the 5 different sort of resources, and the country needs to facilitate that, prioritize those resources that they want to push to bring the strategic positioning of the country globally. So maybe we can go to the next slide. So currently, we know that the supply chain is highly concentrated, and China, as a powerhouse in manufacturing, they control more than 80% of the solar PV battery and rare earth refining. And this vertical integration again creates challenges for developing countries such as Indonesia to move forward. We want to move up the value chain. We do not want to stay below as just raw material exporters, like our Minister Bahlil has said. But how do we move up when the investors cannot come in? How do we move up when the technology transfer cannot come in? So here we would like to propose this new structural economics, or NSE, as a way to facilitate this country, Indonesia, to move up the value chain. Next slide. So we can see here, in terms of the challenges, we would just like to, first of all, emphasize that the public perception and the public support is critical. Just now again, I quoted Pak Bahlil this morning when he said, pemerintah daerah belum kedapatan. So semua penghasilan masuk ke pemerintah pusat. So that is not going to work in the long run. It is not going to be sustainable. And how about the people who are being displaced? When we want to then leverage the geothermal in Flores, for example, what would the people of Flores say? And we need the support of the people. We need the support of the Flores government, pemerintah daerah Flores. So we need the public perception, and we cannot undermine the misinformation and the disinformation. So ladies and gentlemen, I just learned this. Misinformation if I accidentally share false facts. Disinformation if I on purpose share false facts. And we have a lot of misinformation and disinformation right now that we have to dispel if Indonesia wants to move forward the value chain and leverage strategically, so that's the word, strategically, their resources. And we need to also ensure that this resource is managed sustainably. Why? It's not because it is the right thing to do for the climate. Yes, it is the right thing to do for the climate. Yes, the world is changing. We have faced flood like never before. We have faced drought like never before. And what does that mean for livelihood? What does that mean for forestry, for farming, for the ocean? That affects livelihood. But that, even though that alone is bad enough, we really need to, leverage the resource sustainably, because I would like to move away from energy for the moment and go into this thing called the EU No Deforestation Policy, EUDR. You may know that several years ago, the European Union implemented EUDR to the producer country, and Indonesia is one of them. And we can argue that it is a very one-sided policy. We can argue that it doesn't work. But the fight against the EUDR takes a lot more effort than if we as producer countries can prevent EUDR from happening to begin with, and we can then assure that our export is sustainable. When we mine this rare earth, when we use the geothermal, we use it sustainably. So there is no need for a similar kind of EUDR in the energy sector. So that is a reason for us to make sure that what we do is good for our livelihood as well as is good for export. So the export will not be banned. Next slide, please. We will take a look a little bit on the NSE, but we won't stay here for a long time because we're going to use some examples. So NSE said, Indonesia, you are very rich. You have many, many different resources, right? Just like now, I think this morning, one of our speakers say, you have a lot of resources, why choose one? Choose everything. But as a country, you have to prioritize. So you have to take a big look from the top and see which industry that you want to go and up the value chain. And then put your resources there. Make sure the regulations are consistent. Make sure that there are no differences between if an investor wants to invest in Java and if an investor wants to invest in Sumatra, the procurement rules should not differ. The PPAs, the power agreement should not be differentiated, right? So it will give investors confidence that they can come in and get the return on investment. We move on to the next slide, please. So this is just, I am preaching to the converter here. Indonesia is very rich. And now how do we leverage that to bring Indonesia more strategically as an energy exporter in the world? So we move on. Now, why am I talking about the ASEAN Power Grid? Because it is a proof of concept. And yes, Indonesia is huge. It has a lot of things to offer, but like every speaker from this morning, including Pak Bahlil has stated, we cannot do this alone. We need collaboration. So the ASEAN Power Grid is an example. Later on, we will then dissect this into the LTMS, the Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore part, and the Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippine part, right? So the ASEAN Power Grid is not new. It has been there for over 10 years. It has recently achieved a lot of progress with regard to Laos, Singapore, and now Laos, Malaysia, Singapore. And it has been used as a proof of concept for the Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines electricity trading. And what we are saying here is the NSE, the new structural economics principle, can be used in that particular region as well as in country. So next slide. We want to be realistic, we want to be pragmatic, right? This is not just a concept. How do you actually push forward this kind of regional trade and this kind of collaboration? So first, we are saying that we need to have a standard PPAs. We need to have a standard grid code so that, you know, one grid can talk to the other grid so that the grid is not so vulnerable to different kind of electricity up and down. And we need to have transparency in this thing called the wheeling charges. Wheeling charge is the electricity charge between countries. So if Indonesia trade with Malaysia or Indonesia trade with Singapore, for example, how much do they charge for electricity? And currently, it is still not transparent. It is still confidential. So the question is, how would an investor want to put their money when they don't know what's the money inside that they can get back? What's the return of investment? So we are saying that in order to push things, we have to be more transparent and we have to be consistent. So maybe we can move to the next slide. Yeah, so this is what we are saying about not exactly step by step, but it's a bit of a framework. How do we push the richness of Indonesia to become a strategic advantage, move up the value chain, and create more GDP, right? So first is we need to develop the region-specific strategies. I can't overemphasize what Mr. Kun just now said about human capital. If we want to be sovereign, we need to make sure our human capital knows the know-how. So we can't have investors just come in and we are just, forgive the phrase, we're just the hands and legs. No, we need to know the technology as well. So we need to have the human capital. They are able to absorb this technology and make them better, co-developed. We need to engage the local communities. We need to assure people that we are not just there to take their resources, but this will actually come back as welfare for them, as security for them. So if I work in a fossil fuel company and I was asked to, you need to transform to clean energy, the question is, then what about my job? So we need to be able to assure that there is an upskilling and reskilling available. There is a path for the workers to transform. And if I am living in an area where they are rich with geothermal, and then the next question is, what happened to my current livelihood? Again, there should be a pathway, a very clear pathway communicated in their local language so that you can get their buy-in. So we are, I'll just move back one side, yeah. So the last point here is very important, that the government needs to put capital in the R&D, need to make the environment conducive for startups, because we need innovation to thrive, and we need some export guarantees. Next slide. So we are proposing that in order to move this forward, Indonesia can lead in all this effort. Indonesia has already made a lot of negotiation when we put the raw nickel export ban, we talked to WTO, G77 plus, and so on and so forth. So we are saying Indonesia has to continue to do that to address all these bureaucratic overlaps and give the investors confidence to not just to put the resources in terms of financial, but also put resources in terms of technology. So there should be a technology transfer happening. Next slide. Yeah, and this is about the public acceptance. Cannot overemphasize this, because when we talk about geopolitics, when we talk about policy, the public is the actual recipient, and they are also the actors. So we need to make sure the public understand and the public support. Next one. I think this is my last slide. So right now we stand at a crossroad. We can either be a passive player, a passive participant, we can either be reactive or we can be proactive, and we can lead in this green transition. But in order to do that, we need to be very purposeful, we need to be very strategic, and we need to be very consistent. And the central government needs to make sure that the whole nation is consistent in their rules and regulation with regard to the energy transition, whether it is PPA, whether it is procurement, whether it is, whatever that is, we have to be consistent. Yeah, I think that's maybe the next one. Yes, that's all. So thank you so much.
So thank you, Bu Dini. Bu Dini, just like Pak Kun, you must answer my one question for me. You mentioned about power grid in Asia and also energy transition. As we know that government has confirmed about the RUPTL, the electricity roadmap for Indonesia. Is it facilitate the power grid that you mentioned and also the energy transition? We need your opinion about this.
So sorry, would you repeat the question?
RUPTL.
Who wants to go to Indonesia? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, terima kasih. Boleh sekali lagi applause-nya Bapak Ibu. Ini penting sih, harus digarisbawahi karena saya butuh kata konsistennya itu Bapak Ibu. As we know, if we want to invest especially in electricity sector, it needs a huge amount of money. Jadi kalau misalnya kita udah invest bikin IPP, habis itu besok berubah lagi. Nah mudah-mudahan ini ESDM masih dengar ya, deg-degan investornya ya kan. Udah invest banyak, habis itu berubah RUPTL-nya, mangkrak tuh barang. Prof, kalau saya boleh ngomong ya kan, karena moderator bebas. Prof, silahkan kita berikan aplaus Bapak Ibu sekalian untuk Prof Arif Satria.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pantun dulu ya. Cakep. Ikan hiu makan soto babat. I love you Lemhannas yang hebat. Jalan-jalan ke Jakarta naik bus. Sayangnya pantun saya sudah habis. Saya hormati Pak Gubernur Lemhannas dan pimpinan, hadirin sekalian, para pembicara, all participants, khususnya moderator, Mbak Mano yang berbahagia. Please allow me to extend my sincere gratitude and appreciation. I'm very pleased to be here to share our perspective on downstreaming and reindustrialization of food and energy in response to change and contemporary geopolitics. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2045, Indonesia is predicted to become one of the 4 largest economies in the world. In fact, one important stage in realizing Golden Indonesia 2045 is through proper industrialization. Therefore, we must design the right industrialization carefully, and it is also important to get out of the trap of middle-income country. Ladies and gentlemen, we are dealing with the risk of falling into the middle-income trap, where economic growth stagnates due to over-reliance on primary product exports. Dependence on raw commodity export leads to a worsening trade balance, and one of the key strategies to escape the middle-income trap is pursuing downstream processing. However, now we are dealing with the issue and challenges in global level about geopolitical challenge, and I believe all participants aware of these issues. The first is Russia-Ukraine conflict, and then US-China trade war, and the Iran-Israel conflict. Saya kira 3 peristiwa ini adalah peristiwa yang berpengaruh pada bagaimana ekonomi, energi, food secara global kepada kita semua. Russia-Ukraine conflict disrupted global food supply chains, especially wheat and fertilizer, and created volatility in energy price. While the US-China trade war will also affect Indonesian economy, primarily due to the contraction in export demand in labor-intensive sectors such as textiles. Several agricultural products such as CPO and rubber are also impacted by the second wave of the trade war. And however, the situation could serve as an opportunity for Indonesia to pursue downstreaming processing in order to diversify its export products, particularly in agro-industry sector. It is the figure that we can look at. The Russia-Ukraine war, trade war, and the Iran-Israel conflict have driven up global product price, except for sugar and cereals. The increase in oil price is relatively higher compared to other global commodity price. Now, we are going to talk about the downstreaming as a critical step for reindustrialization in Indonesia. Indonesia shows early signs of deindustrialization, which must be addressed immediately with reindustrialization based on domestic resources and advantages. This is because the contribution of the manufacturing sector to Indonesian gross domestic product continues to decline from 21.5% in 2013 to only 18.7% in 2023. And this picture also shows the contribution of manufacturing to the Indonesian economy is still lower than that peer countries in Southeast Asia. Kira-kira apa masalahnya? Apa faktornya? Downstreaming and industrialization policies have a major challenge, namely Indonesia's low productivity compared to peer ASEAN countries. Meanwhile, this condition is confirmed by Indonesian total productivity data, which shows a decline in total factor productivity. And we have opportunity for reindustrializations due to our endowment factors such as mineral wealth and biodiversity and population, which provide production capacity. Additionally, significant market access opportunities are available because Indonesia has trade agreement with 19 countries and 3 regions. Ladies and gentlemen, we have priority commodities for downstreaming and their potential impact on macroeconomy, including in terms of GDP, labor, investment, and export potential. Our priority are mineral, including nickel, copper, bauxite, tin, and agro-maritime product like palm, coconut, and seaweed. And now, firstly, I would like to talk about mineral governance. At least there are 4 distinct governance models for critical minerals. The first is free trade. The second one, protectionism. The third one, national mineral trust. And the fourth one, global mineral trust. Each offering different approaches in terms of trade openness, sovereignty, economic priorities, and environmental safeguard. Free trade emphasizes market efficiency and minimal restrictions. It offers low sovereignty and fragmented environmental oversight. Protectionism boosts domestic value and control, but may limit global cooperation. The National Mineral Trust model focuses on equitable national benefit through state-led management, while the Global Mineral Trust envisions critical minerals as global commons, enabling shared governance, international standard, and cooperative sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, which one is the best for us? Free trade, protectionism, national mineral trust, or global mineral trust? And each mode of government in critical minerals offer advantages, punya peluang dan punya tantangan yang sendiri-sendiri. And I would like to summarize. Free trade emphasizes market efficiency and minimum restriction, but it offers low sovereignty and fragmented environmental oversight, seperti tadi sudah sampaikan. And sekarang kita masih pada tahap kedua, yaitu protectionism. Nah, yang ketiga, apakah kita nanti akan mengarah kepada global, next slide, for global mineral trust. Saya kira ini agenda yang perlu dibicarakan oleh peserta Lemhannas. Saya kira opsi-opsi ini, tadi sudah saya paparkan tabel membandingkan pendekatan free trade, proteksionisme, national mineral trust, and global mineral trust dengan berbagai variabel-variabel yang kita olah dari berbagai sumber. Dan akhirnya kita bisa melihat variabel-variabel ini, definisinya, ekonomi fokusnya, environmental managementnya, kemudian next slide kita bisa melihat lagi dari sisi market impact, price dinamika harga, investment climate-nya, tantangannya, dan berbagai contoh yang ada. Ataukah kita national trust, di mana sekarang sudah ada dana antara yang itu bisa menjadi pelengkap untuk itu. Nah, oleh karena itu saya kira kita perlu mendiskusikan secara serius ini bagaimana model-model yang tepat, apakah proteksionisme masih efektif ataukah kita mau punya model yang multi stakeholders, di mana model kolaboratif melalui national mineral trust ini bisa kita dorong. Bapak Ibu sekalian, now we are going to talk about the future industrialization, and I would like to categorize into two paradigms. The first is we call building industry Indonesia, membangun industri di Indonesia. The second one is building industrialization of Indonesia. Jadi ini istilah yang barangkali mirip, tapi punya makna yang berbeda. Kenapa? Karena ketika kita bicara tentang building industri di Indonesia, hanya membangun industri di Indonesia. Nggak peduli bagaimana masyarakatnya, tidak peduli bagaimana linkage antara masyarakat dengan karakteristik industri yang dibangun, maka biasanya terjadi alienasi, masyarakat menjadi terpisah, masyarakat tidak terlalu terlibat, maka yang terjadi adalah ketimpangan. Nah, disinilah sering disebut adalah growth without development. Modernization without development. Artinya transformasi ekonomi tidak sejalan dengan transformasi sosial. Tapi building industrialization of Indonesia, bagaimana kita membangun industrialisasi Indonesia, itu lebih bagaimana kita memperhatikan keterlibatan masyarakat dalam proses industri. Dan ini saya kira sangat penting untuk kita pahami agar kita bisa mendorong partisipasi masyarakat lebih luas. Nah, sehingga disinilah transformasi ekonomi dan transformasi sosial berjalan beriringan. Nah, persoalannya adalah apa kira-kira? Sektor mana yang kira-kira kondusif yang bisa mendorong partisipasi masyarakat secara luas sehingga masyarakat bisa menikmati pembangunan. Nah, oleh karena itu tentu kami menawarkan bahwa agromaritim can be considered as reindustrialization pillar. Kenapa? Karena because it is relevant to social structure and culture, provide service for life like food, energy, biomaterials, dan juga dia menjadi pertaruhan dan benteng yang sangat kuat pada saat kita ini krisis. Baik krisis ekonomi 97, krisis finansial global 2009, dan juga pandemi COVID. Apalagi disaksikan apalagi kalau kita melihat gambar berikut ini, adalah sekaligus menggambarkan bahwa yang hijau-hijau itu adalah yang berbasis pada agromaritim. Oleh karena itu kita melihat bahwa agromaritim sebenarnya masih mendominasi struktur sosial dan juga ekonomi mata pencaharian yang ada di Indonesia ini. Bapak-Ibu sekalian, dalam kerangka membangun agromaritim ini, at least there are 4 commodities of agromaritim that are important in downstreaming. Pertama adalah palm oil, seaweed, coconut, and cocoa. And dalam kerangka hilirisasi ini, kita juga memperhatikan beberapa komoditi lain, karena kami memiliki beberapa kategori. Ada 4 kategori of Indonesian agro-industrial sectors based on their global competitiveness and strategic roles. At the top, we have the strong competitive industries, where Indonesia holds a prominent global position. This include palm oil, rubber, seaweed, pulp, and processed cocoa. In the moderate competitive category, we see industries like wood and rattan processing, coffee, tea, and fish. And the third group in food supporting industries, which play a crucial role in food security. This includes sugar, flour, animal feed, milk, and fruit processing sectors. And finally, we have the control industry, which is tobacco and some alcoholic beverage, which are regulated due to health and social and religious consideration. Bapak-Ibu sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, yang pertama kita bicara tentang sawit. Indonesia palm oil downstreaming has Ini saya kira sangat penting sekali. The downstreaming of palm oil industry ini present a major opportunity to move Indonesia up to global value chain, not only in traditional sectors like food and animal feed, but also in high value and future-oriented sectors such as biofuels, oleochemicals, and biomaterials. By diversifying palm oil products, we can reduce dependency on raw commodity exports, create new markets, and drive industrial innovation. This transformation requires a strong ecosystem of investment, R&D, and policy support to ensure that palm oil contributes not only to economic growth, but also to sustainability in industrial resilience. Indonesia's cocoa. Now we are going to cocoa issues. Indonesia cocoa processing industry holds significant downstream potential, with targeted export value expected to more than double by 2029, and employment projected to grow from 2.8 to 5.6 million people. And to achieve this, the government is focusing on 3 strategic areas. The first is how to improve the quality and availability of local cocoa raw materials, how to enhance cocoa and chocolate processing technologies, how to strengthen promotion and branding of Indonesian chocolate, and the key enablers include optimizing peran PPDP, Lembaga funding, providing machinery restructuring incentive, building human capital for chocolateries, and establishing a strong identity for Indonesian chocolate in global market. Bagaimana dengan kelapa? The downstreaming of Indonesia coconut processing industry presents a promising opportunity to boost economic growth, employment, and export earning. By 2029, the government targets to increase raw material utilization to 75%. Raise export value to 2.7 billion and double investment to over 5 trillion rupiah, while also creating job more than 6 million people. However, the ambitious vision rely on 4 key enablers: securing a stable supply of quality raw materials, expanding access to both domestic and international market, developing business ecosystem and adopting new technologies for product diversification, and most importantly, investing in human capital. And to achieve this goal, will not only elevate Indonesia's position in global coconut industry, but also drive inclusive and sustainable rural development. Yang terakhir, the last one is about seaweed, sebagai sebuah komoditi untuk hilirisasi. Indonesia holds immense potential in the seaweed industry, with production reached 9.7 million tons in 2023 and targeted to grow to over 14 million tons in 2029. However, to fully harness the potential and capture a greater share of the global market, which is projected to rise from $13 billion in 2022 and to $52 billion in 2030. We must move beyond exporting raw seaweed. The key is in optimizing value-added processing, which not only increasing export value, but also support domestic industry development. Nevertheless, the main challenge remains ensuring a steady supply of industrial-grade raw materials and reducing our reliance on raw product export. This is where policy, infrastructure, and investment must work together to drive a true downstream transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, bagaimana agromaritim to support bioenergy sebagai bagian dari hilirisasi? The slide shows Indonesia's journey toward a cleaner, more balanced national energy mix as mandated by National Energy Policy, or NEP. As of 2024, fossil fuels still dominate around and coal at over 40%, and renewable energy lags behind at only 14%. By 2025, the target is to raise in renewable energy to 23%, and by 2050 to reach 31%. To push bioenergy, we need strong investment, policy consistency, and innovation. This is not just about hitting numbers, it is about securing energy sovereignty, meeting climate goals, and ensuring a sustainable future for all Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, berkaitan dengan bioenergi ini, kita melihat potensi biomas. Indonesia holds tremendous untapped potential in biomass energy, totaling over 32 million megawatts equivalent. The largest source is oil palm residues. Second one is rice husk, and the last one is rubber waste. This data tells us two things. First, biomass must be a central part of Indonesia's renewable energy strategy. The second, regional approach matter. Localized investment in biomass infrastructure, especially in Sumatra and Java, can accelerate the shift toward clean energy while supporting rural economies. This slide illustrates the fully value chain of bioenergy development. It starts with wide range of feedstocks from oil crops, sugar, and starch crops, forestry and agricultural residues, to municipal and agricultural waste. These are processed through various technologies such as fermentation, gasification, and anaerobic digestion. This diversity shows the flexibility and potential of bioenergy to contribute to a sustainable energy future. It is not just about one fuel or one solution, but an integrated pathway toward energy resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, the last part of my presentation is about what is actually the role of higher education in accelerating downstreaming or industrialization. The opportunity for reindustrialization arises due to Indonesian endowment factors, particularly its mineral wealth and biodiversity, which are essential as raw materials for industry. The large population provide production capacity in line with the solo growth model, and we need to improve productivity, technical efficiency through strengthening innovation. And in the macro level, we need to shift from resource-driven economy to innovation-driven economy. Economic growth is a sustainable increase of the domestic output. Main drivers of the long-term economic growth are productivity, innovation, and income per capita. Investment is good boost the economy. However, without investing in technology, in innovation, the effort to escape the middle income trap become more challenging. It is the example of how we develop the process of industrialization in campus. Universities should take roles in strengthening research, innovation, and entrepreneurship in supporting industrialization, which includes establishing science technopark. This is because developing startup and enterprise require technology, talent, and ecosystem. Science technopark is ecosystem. We need to manage patent. We need to bridge the communication between industry and academia, and at the same times, we need to make how to downstream our innovations to go to the market, especially for industry sector. And also constant iteration of talent development and growth program, deep technologies also play increasing role to solve complex problem. And this is the example we've already developed in Bogor. We established many teaching industries. Many teaching industries like beverage production line, we produce beverage product, and I think it is very good based on our innovation. And we also develop the processing of oil palm industry because we establish, plantation for oil palm, 60 hectares, and we need to have some field laboratory for teaching, for internship, as well as for business. Sehingga program pembangunan CPO ini sekarang sudah berlangsung, sudah berjalan, and now we are going to develop for the further pilot plant, especially for cooking oil.
Baik.
Ya. Dan juga ini ada untuk animal field teaching industry and juga untuk chicken dan others. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to thank Lembaga Ketahanan Nasional Lemhannas for the invitation. Thank you very much for your attention. I would like to give back to the time to our moderator this session. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Terima kasih, Prof. It's over 5 minutes, but okay lah. Biar cepat ketulakan jadi profesor. Udah duduk, Prof? Nah, kalau sudah duduk, saya mau tanya, Prof. Prof, ini tadi statement yang Prof sampaikan, Bapak Ibu sekalian, berkaitan mengenai labor productivity, ya, Prof. Is there any correlation labor productivity in Indonesia sama cuti bersama, Prof? Kan besok Kamis kan cuti bersama, Prof. Ini harus di state ini. Ada, Prof? Karena bahaya kalau ini barang ada, besok bisa berkurang.
Yeah, I think one of the critical issues about how to make harmony between tourism and industry. Because when we go for cuti bersama, for leave, something for many holidays, it is very important to push our tourism industry. At the same time, also the entrepreneur industry sectors complain about too many holidays we have. And I think one of the important thing is how to make, compromise between industry sector, manufacturing sectors, tourism sectors, and governments become mediators. Thank you.
Oke, memang cocok sudah jadi menteri ya kan? Mudah-mudahan ada yang dengar ya Prof. Saya doakan loh Prof, jangan lupa saya staf khususnya Prof ya. Ya, memang ngeri-ngeri sedap kalau bicara cuti bersama, ada yang terusik. Saya langsung anxiety, Prof. Kalau berkurang nggak bisa liburan, Prof. Baik, kita akan lanjutkan Bapak Ibu, ini dari sektor industri, saya akan persilahkan langsung, kita berikan aplaus untuk Pak Jen Pino, Bapak Ibu sekalian.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is an honor to be invited in this plenary session. There is no doubt that copper is playing an important role in the global economy. Copper has a critical role in the global transition to renewable energy, electric vehicles, other carbon reduction initiatives, and also the continued urbanization in developing countries and growing connectivity globally would drive demand for copper. Freeport Indonesia, one of the largest copper producers in the world, is fully committed to the Indonesian government mining industry downstream policy. Copper will continue to play an important role in our life. It has been a key metal in the development of human civilization. It has been around for a long time and will continue to be so. We as a copper producer like to call copper as a metal of the future. More than 65% of the world copper is used in applications that deliver electricity. Renewable energy technologies use 4 to 5 times more copper than fossil fuel power generation. Electric vehicles also use up to 4 to 5 times more copper than internal combustion engine. Next. You're probably aware that batteries for electric vehicles has many key mineral products, including graphite, aluminum, nickel, copper, cobalt, and others. Copper content is about 11% in the electric vehicle batteries. Next slide. Fortunately, we all agree Indonesia is blessed with many critical mineral products. Indonesia has largest nickel reserve in the world, 6th largest for bauxite. Bauxite is a raw material for aluminum, and 10th largest for copper. Freeport Indonesia has one of the largest copper and gold reserve in the world. Next. Long-term market fundamentals for copper are positive, supported by copper's increasingly important role in the global economy and limited availability of supplies to meet the growing demands. Wood Mackenzie, or we call it WoodMac, a global research and consultancy group, decreased its 2025 refined copper's consumption growth forecast to 2.9% from previously 4%, while supply has been downgraded to 1.2% from previously 2.8%. In its report, WoodMac also continued to expect a small deficit in the market in 2025 and a balanced market in 2026. However, it continued to project a long-term structural deficit of approximately 6.2 million tons by 2035, which will require additional large-scale mine supply to meet forecast demand. There has been not many large-scale mine developed in the past few years. Next. Indonesia currently consumes about 300,000 to 400,000 tons of refined copper each year. It is expected that domestic refined copper consumption will continue to grow in the coming years. We estimate the growth will mainly come from the addition of PLN's transmission line and also domestic EV ecosystem growth. Next. It's a very nice picture of our smelter, new smelter in Gresik under the light. Next. As part of our commitment to the government's downstream policy in mining sector, we developed the world's largest single-line copper smelter in Gresik, East Java. We developed the world's largest single line, in addition to our existing copper smelter. It's called PD Smelting, which is also located in Gresik area. This new smelter has capacity of 1.7 million tons per year, producing about 450,000 tons of copper cathode each year. We also developed precious metal refineries with a capacity of 6,000 tons per year, capable of producing about 50 to 60 tons of fine gold each year. We completed the construction of our new smelter in June 2024 and subsequently entered into pre-commissioning and commissioning phase. Unfortunately, the occurrence of fire incident in part of our sulfuric acid facility in 2024 set us back another 6 months to allow for restoration and repairs. I'm delighted to inform you that we have completed our repair works last month and has since restored the operation successfully. Following the full ramp up of our new smelter, Freeport Indonesia's mining and smelting operation will be fully integrated and to fulfill the government's downstream policy. Next. The combined production capacity of Freeport Indonesia and PD smelting facilities in Gresik is able to produce about 800,000 tons of copper cathode per year. To give you some idea, this 80,000 tons of copper cathode, it is enough to produce 8 million electric vehicles or 160 gigawatt solar electricity or 480 gigawatt of wind power electricity per year. Next. Upon full ramp up of our new smelter capacity by end of 2025, we expect Indonesia to produce about 1.1 million tons of copper cathode. Indonesia will be the top 5 cathode producer in the world after China, Chile, Congo, and Japan. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you Pak Jen, singkat, padat, jelas, makin kenal sama Freeport. Pak boleh duduk Pak, boleh duduk Pak, enggak tega saya. Ya harus baik-baik kita biar diundang tambang bawah tanah. Pak, nah saya tanya sekarang Pak. Ya, is there any correlation between ESG? As we know, we have both things about sustainability and yeah, mostly it's ESG, right? In your opinion, based on Freeport Indonesia experience, how far the implementation of ESG can correlate with productivity?
Yes, thank you, Ibu Brigita. ESG is very important, of course. We, as a producer of copper, our strategy is to produce copper responsibly and in sustainable manners. That's what we are trying to achieve.
Oke, boleh tepuk tangan Bapak Ibu sekalian supaya makin bersemangat. Kayak saya sudah melihat di area belakang sudah pindah alam, ya kan? Baik Bapak Ibu sekalian, saya akan berikan kesempatan. This is the Q&A session. So to all participants that have response, oh ya langsung Pak. Oke Pak, oke Pak. Nomor urut berapa Pak? Nanti biar dicatat sama Pak Gubernur begitu ya. Bercanda Pak. Oke silakan. Boleh dibantu teman-teman untuk mic-nya. Jadi Bapak Ibu mohon berkenan untuk bisa langsung state your name, explain the question and for whom, kira-kira begitu ya. Ya karena udah malas jalan. Padahal kalau sehat productivity meningkat ya Prof.
Terima kasih.
Mager adalah penyakit. Silakan.
Saya nomor 013.
Dia sebut benar.
First Admiral Arif Badruddin from Lemhannas RI. My first question goes to the McKinsey. With the plethora report or news of corruption cases and inconsistency in law enforcement in Indonesia, how low or how high now the confidence of investor to invest their fundings in Indonesia? Is it now the lowest level or starting to increase their confidence to put their investment in Indonesia? That's my question, number one. My second question goes to second speaker and the last speakers. You mentioned that there is a need for local workforce to have know-how technology that is matched with the products or with the downstreaming effort at the moment. Do you think there is a significant mismatch between what our universities teach to our students and the actual skills that required by the industries in downstreaming effort today? And to the fourth question is, to the fourth speaker, my question is, what will the effort of Freeport to provide our young Indonesians to fulfill the need in order to meet the demand of core in the future? Thank you very much.
Thank you Pak Arif. Boleh langsung direspon aja biar nggak lupa. Pak Kun silahkan.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much for the question. I think it's a very good and important question about investor confidence because I think as you, I guess, are alluding to, this is going to be one of the determinants of whether we can actually drive and achieve that 8% growth target over the next 5 years. Now, I think that, of course, whenever there is a transition in government and there are transitions happening, there's going to be a time of adjustment. And I think that adjustment is happening right now. I think there is, of course, always going to be uncertainty. And I mean, if we think that we are, uncertain in Indonesia, just look around what's happening in the world. I think there's a great deal that is happening around that is actually affecting investor confidence as well. I would just like to divide it into two parts here. I think there's one part here which is the sort of short-term capital flows, and number two, strategic investors. Right? I think on the first part, I mean, capital will flow always to wherever, people perceive risk return to be the best. And I think Indonesia will always be, one of the high growth markets. But, sometimes, there will be uncertainty on Forex, on interest and in the world. And then people might go to India, might go back to China as they are these days. But I think they will also come back to Indonesia eventually. And so this happens, right? And it's very hard to fully control that. But the second one is actually something that's well within Indonesia's control, or more within our control, which is how do we actually attract strategic investors, both domestic and international. I think it will take some time, but as I mentioned earlier, I think it's important to target some of the strategic sectors that are going to contribute the most to Indonesia's 8% growth target over the next 5 years. It's important, I think, that we actually go out there and proactively ask what will help to de-bottleneck some of the projects that are very close to being, getting to final investment decision. And I think that if we do some of these things, right, it's back to the fundamentals of, business decision making. I think there's actually a good chance that in all this uncertainty globally, we will be able to attract our fair share of global investments into this market.
Pak Kun, berarti expose 11 trillion and then 9.9 trillion by Pak Nadiem, ini bisa kasih confidence ke investor ya?
No, I think that, well, that is of course a different issue that is ongoing, and of course the court cases for these things are going on, or not court cases, these are, under investigation. But I think that there is uncertainty for sure in, some of these situations. Investors are of course taking the total view, because most of the long-term investors, they would have seen Indonesia through the past 20, 30 years. Now, of course, if a short-term investor, ya bisa saja ikut persepsi, dan it can be an echo chamber. The most important thing I always ask when somebody says, how do you view the uncertainty in Indonesia? Because I've lived here for almost 20 years, I always ask them, what is it that you're uncertain about? What is it that you need to debottleneck? Kalau mereka serius, pasti mereka bisa jawab dengan jelas-jelas, oh yang ini, yang itu. Ya udah, kita beresin hal seperti itu. Tapi kalau cuma echo chamber, ya kita uncertain-ya itu bolak-balik tidak pernah selesai echo chambernya. I think that's the difference.
Terima kasih. Ibarat mau kawin harus jelas lu maunya kayak gimana gitu ya Pak. Komit nggak lu? Jangan-jangan cuma PHP ya Pak. Cuman MOU aja seremoni ya Pak, nggak ada implementasinya. Ibu Dini silahkan.
Yeah, thank you so much for the questions, and I would like to answer that in a few layers. So first of all, in universities, in Indonesia, in Singapore, and I believe in many countries, they have a lot of protocols and processes to get a curriculum approved. So, for example, recently our university in Singapore would like to launch a new master program, and it takes more than 3 years to get all the curriculum approved, and by then, as we know, AI has taken over the world, so whatever curriculum you're talking about may not be relevant anymore. So to answer that question, I think we have to take a look on how we learned and what kind of skills you need to impart to everyone so that they can learn fast and be flexible enough to learn new skills. It's not just a matter of the technical know-how, but also it's a matter of the attitude that you can learn whatever it needs to be learned when it needs to be learned. And I think that's a very important soft skill that we don't really teach, and we don't really even teach our children, and I think we need more of that in order to compete, not just with humans. So we're talking about tech transfer, right? We compete with human, but we also compete with AI, right? So in order to be human, continue to be human, and continue to be, victorious among this competition, you need to know more of the soft skill. And I think universities has some ways to go to impart that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Bu Dini. Pak Prof, silakan, karena the same question is for Pak Prof. Because Pak Prof juga rektor.
Baik, terima kasih. There are two things I would like to address the questions. The first is about we have talent mapping for new students, and we identify how many students are interested to be entrepreneur based on 2024 talent mappings we have already developed. 31% interested to be entrepreneurs, and then around 40% to be professionals, and some only 6% interested to be academician, and around maybe less than 5% interested to be politician and bureaucrat. And I think based on this data, we develop students activities program based on the interest of the students, based on talent of the students. For example, when we identify 31% of the students interested to be entrepreneurs, and then we establish first year program. Second year program is about business mapping, business planning. Third year program is about business mentoring and business incubation. And our interventions, we developed the program like CEO school, startup school, and young entrepreneur camp, and many training we develop for the students interested to be entrepreneurs. And the result is, this just 2 months ago, our student in semester 5 already exported Pinang to EPB, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. Yeah. And then last year, our semester 6 already export cassava to United States. I think when the students have the proper technical assistance and technical good incubation, business incubation, they can successfully develop their business. And the second one is about, the relevance our curriculum with the demand of industry. Now, we recognize the term of micro-credentials. Micro-credential is certification issued by industry regarding skills, regarding competency. With micro-credential, it is very, very useful for the graduates, fresh graduates, for work, for application. Based on our data, 80% of multinational company in the world require micro-credentials, certification. Ini artinya apa? Bahwa perusahaan-perusahaan besar sekarang ini hampir tidak percaya dengan perguruan tinggi. Karena apa? We have Google Career Certificates. By Google Career Certificate, for 6 months, Google promise for the students to get job. Siapa yang berani menjamin orang mendapatkan pekerjaan setelah 6 bulan ikut training? Hanya Google. Ada lagi yang lain. Jadi di Coursera, di Udemy, di LinkedIn Center, banyak courses yang mengacu pada skill-skill kekinian. Oleh karena itu, karena menghadapi era seperti ini, sehingga mereka tidak menganggap bahwa kurikulum perguruan tinggi tidak relevan untuk industri. Google punya kurikulum sendiri, punya ekspektasi sendiri, industri lain punya ekspektasi sendiri, ekspektasinya itu diterjemahkan dalam micro-credential, sertifikasi itu. Jadi, kalau orang ikut sertifikasi mereka, kerja di mereka lebih diterima. Bayangkan. Oleh karena inilah tantangan buat perguruan tinggi. Jalan tengah yang saat ini saya ambil adalah kita sekarang memberikan akun gratis kepada seluruh mahasiswa IPB untuk mengambil micro-credential itu, karena mahal. Saya bilang gratis ngambil semua, kita bayarin semua. Agar apa? Mahasiswa IPB tetap menjalankan kurikulum kita, but in the same times, they got micro-credentials. Untuk kepentingan apa? Kepentingan mencari kerja dan sebagainya. Jadi saya kira itu micro-credential itu isu yang saya kira akan terus berkembang, dan saya kira ini bahasan yang memang harus tuntas untuk melengkapi bagaimana kurikulum kita ini harus merespon. Karena apapun juga harus diakui bahwa perguruan tinggi di dunia, tidak hanya di Indonesia, di dunia lambat merespons tantangan perubahan. Enggak hanya Indonesia, dunia. Kami bertemu dengan rektor se-Asia, beberapa kali pertemuan rektor-rektor di Eropa. Masalahnya sama, kelambatan merespon tantangan perubahan. Perguruan tinggi punya problem dalam hal agility to respond the change. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, apalagi kalau menterinya ganti, kurikulum ganti, terus metode ganti, makin mumet biasanya. Begitu ya Prof? Saya wakili Prof. Silakan Pak Jen.
I just want to clarify your question. Is that PDFI, Freeport Indonesia effort to fulfill demand for works or copper?
Kayaknya both of them Pak. Jawab aja both of them Pak.
Both of them?
Iya Pak.
Okay, regarding the workforce, Indonesia has many good engineers and also very capable human resources. So, for instance, most of our engineers working in our underground mines and also smelters, they are Indonesians, and they are very capable of leading and running the operation. So we don't have concern about Indonesian workforce capability working in our mines or smelter. Thank you.
Jadi memang kayaknya itu mahasiswanya dari IPB Pak, udah ada micro-kredensialnya jadi bisa kerja di underground mining, ya kan? Ada nggak sih Prof? Nggak ada ya? Oh ada, oke. Lanjut Bapak Ibu silakan, tadi Prof Nurlia kayaknya udah tunjuk tangan, mana Prof Nurlia kelihatan?
Di TV One juga ada.
Oh iya di TV One juga ada. Oh ya belum ada Prof Nurlia, ya udah itu boleh. Itu tuh boleh dibantu guys. Iya Pak Kemal, tenang Pak Kemal, saya akan kasih kesempatan Pak Kemal. Ini yang di depan dulu boleh dibantu. Kayaknya biar, iya. Ibu ini dulu terus sebelahnya terus Bapak, ya sabar Pak, belakangnya. Bapak semangat banget soalnya. Silakan Ibu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, salam kebajikan, namo buddhaya. Perkenalkan nama saya Asrin dari Sanggar Sinaran Nusantara. Terkait industri yang ada di Indonesia ini, Mungkin Mbak mohon maaf ya saya pakai bahasa Indonesia aja ya.
Gak apa-apa Bu, mereka paham kok.
Soalnya grammar Maduraku aja belum beres Mbak.
It's okay wae Bu, gak apa-apa. Ya kan Bu, mungkin Ibu harus sering-sering makan burger Bu. Iya silakan Bu, lanjut.
Iya, ada satu pertanyaan terkait terutama untuk Pak Jin ya Pak. Beberapa waktu lalu di Taman Ismail Marzuki ada 2 forum. Semua ada yang satu menuntut kemerdekaan, yang satunya lagi menuntut tetap menjadi satu kesatuan. Mungkin sebenarnya ada curhatan Mbak terkait perusahaan-perusahaan tambang di Papua itu, mereka tidak menolak kemajuan sebenarnya ya. Akan tetapi bagaimana caranya ketika industri itu bisa memberikan efek baik. Mungkin Pak boleh nggak Pak kalau misalkan dari Freeport itu minta jatah scholarship dari US untuk masyarakat adat Papua, mungkin itu salah satunya. Jadi berharap semoga para pemangku kebijakan yang ada di ruang ini, terutama bapak-bapak yang ada di Lemhannas, bukan hanya memberikan kebijakan-kebijakan Pak, tapi mohon untuk kontrol kebijakannya diperhatikan. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Pak Jen izin nanti sekalian aja ya, karena ini kan hanya, ini sih Pak requestnya jelas ya Pak, konkret. Bukan pertanyaan ataupun permintaan. Bu, sebelahnya question itu.
Hello, here.
Bentar, kakak ini dulu. Iya, Prof Nur sebentar. Ini dari tadi dia udah angkat tangan. Yeah, it's already on.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Sarita from Nusa Putra University, Deputy Head. My question is to Professor Kshatriya, which is like directly I'm asking the question, explaining the context behind, but it is more like future perspective and also the social concern. Like what role will Indonesia play in shaping the global nickel market, and how will it be balanced its economic and strategic interest with environmental and social concerns? Because when it comes to the industries and economy and the growth and development, there are so many social concerns which has been circumvented by the government and by the society as well. And there is also a very important issue which is I think Indonesia needs to be tackled, that is clean drinking water. I'm worrying and wondering when Indonesian people will get clean drinking water free of cost in this country. Thank you.
Iya, terima kasih. Harusnya tadi ada Pak Bahlil nanyanya ya, biar jelas tuh barang roadmapnya. Prof, boleh Prof? Oh sekalian aja, oh modus, biar lupa. Next, Prof Nur yang tadi sudah pegang mic.
Siap. Thank you, Brigita. Izin Prof, my question since earlier in the morning, my concern, excuse me, my name is Nurlia Nurdin, Prof Satria and other speakers. My concern since early in the morning, we just discussed about this yesterday. We really hope that this kind of investment for our nation is really, we call it like the get through for both sides. As a developing countries, we are the reason, the natural reason we have. But other countries, the developed country, they do have the money, the technology. But then how can we make this balance? We're not just providing the natural research. The data showing that investments, foreign investment, out to 80% owned by foreigners. Yet, the transfer of technology and the research and also the income of the people is not really making a real progress as we expected. Further, our debt still higher. It's getting to 8,000 billions. So what is this relation between this investment in our mining and then the prosperity of our people? I think from the academic perspective, we need to understand how the world could be balanced between developed and developing countries by having this, we call it environment, social, and government relations. Thank you.
Terima kasih. Ini kayaknya nanti bisa direspon juga Pak Kun dan juga Bu Dini ya, karena silakan bisa langsung Pak Jan dulu deh, Pak Jan. Iya, kaitannya sama scholarship tadi bukannya udah kasih ya Pak sebenarnya ya? Iya, biar dimention Pak. Mungkin jalurnya Pak, biar terang gitu barang Pak.
Okay, terima kasih Pak. Probably I'll answer also in bahasa ya. Baik Ibu, memang kalau dari PT Freeport Indonesia ini kita sangat concern ya dengan masyarakat ya, terutama masyarakat yang terdampak dan terpengaruh yang memang mereka tinggal di sekitar tambang. Nah, untuk itu kita mencoba memakmurkan juga masyarakat ya. Kita ada namanya community contribution atau investasi sosial ya, atau CSR ya disebutnya. Dan tiap tahun itu jumlahnya cukup besar ya, mungkin di atas 100 juta dolar itu yang dikontribusikan kepada masyarakat, itu diambil dari persentase dari pendapatan kita. Nah, dana ini biasanya kita fokuskan ke masyarakat, ada 3 yang besar ya, yaitu pertama pendidikan, kedua kesehatan, ketiga program ekonomi. Nah, untuk pendidikan khususnya kita menyediakan sekolah gratis ya, itu sekolah asrama yang sekarang mungkin muridnya lebih dari 1.000 orang ya, mereka mulai dari TK sampai nanti SMP, di situ mereka free, tidak dikenakan uang sekolah, jadi mereka bisa sekolah, bisa makan, bisa tinggal gitu, semua di provide oleh Freeport. Nah, on top dari itu kita juga ada beasiswa untuk anak-anak SMP, SMA yang nanti mungkin lanjut ya sampai ke universitas, dan itu include juga beasiswa untuk yang mereka melanjutkan ke kuliah ke luar negeri. Jadi mungkin kalau yang sekolah di US juga saya rasa ada ya beberapa dari community kita atau karyawan kita, mereka disekolahkan dengan beasiswa Freeport ke luar negeri. Jadi ini sudah kita lakukan. Mungkin kedepannya kita akan lihat kembali apakah kita akan menambah lagi supaya untuk menambah knowledge dari dari masyarakat kita, karyawan kita, untuk menjadi ya kedepannya mereka menjadi motor pembangunannya di wilayah Papua. Demikian Bu.
Nanti mungkin bisa diselesaikan di ruang sendiri Ibu supaya nanti makin banyak yang terfasilitasi, karena saya percaya berkaitan mengenai informasi beasiswa di sosial media pasti dipromote sama Freeport. Silakan Bro.
Baik, terima kasih. Menyambung soal beasiswa ya. Ini usulannya jangan ke Amerika Bu. 2 tahun di IPB, 2 tahun di Amerika, double degree. Itu
masuk itu barang.
Itu bagus. Jadi mengempower perguruan tinggi lokal sekaligus global. Dan sekarang memang LPDP juga arahnya ke sana. Bahwa program-program beasiswa LPDP diarahkan pada double degree. Sehingga perguruan tinggi di Indonesia pun juga punya kesempatan yang sama untuk menerima talent-talent terbaik dalam rangka untuk penguatan human capital kita. Kemudian yang kedua, the second questions dari Ibu Sareta. Ibu Sareta, it is very, very interesting questions. We can identify that there are 2 rationality. The first is rational economy. The second one is rational ecology. Rational economy focus on how to push economic growth and not sometimes, on often neglecting environmental issues. At the same times, when we concern and we focus, and when the rational ecology become dominant, the problem is about the stagnancy in economy. So how to make balance between rational ecology and rational economy? Rational ecology and rational economy now can be bridged by new approach we call ecological modernization. And it is already applied by the, Kitakyushu. Kitakyushu is one prefecture in Japan who already practice how to manage stakeholders to make combination or harmony between rational ecology and rational economy. So NGO, manufacturing industry, university, local governments, and people in Kitakyushu can sit together to make the common interest, especially in order to make Kitakyushu become cleaner. So when you look at the experience in Kitakyushu, or condition of Kitakyushu in 1970, you know, the river is very bad, the sky is very bad, but now they can make blue sky and the water is very clean. Not only water in the sea, but water in the river, water in also in the coast. And I think the experience of Kitakyushu can be adopted. The issue is about governance. The issue is about the leadership, the capability of leadership in Kitakyushu in managing stakeholders to make strong commitment to get together in implementing what we call clean production, clean city, clean prefecture, and so on. So I think I believe that if we have the same commitment to have clean Jakarta, clean Jawa Barat, or clean Indonesia, we can do that. And the third question is about Bu Nurlia, ya.
Benar.
About developing countries and developed countries. And I think it is very, interesting to be topic of discussions because it is very, very, challenging issues about the relationship between developing and developed countries, especially in managing natural resources. In the past, there is the paradigm how to push developing country to focus on agriculture, on raw materials, based on comparative advantage. And then the industry, the developed country, focus on industry. And I think the balance of trade between developing and developed countries, and then become not even. So it is biased to interest of developed countries because term of trade of developed countries is higher than developing countries. And then the proposals to industrialization in developing countries coming up, and then we call baby industry, we call protected industry, industrial substitution import, and so on. And now, one theory said that developed countries actually, it is reluctant to make developing countries become better. So I think it is now it is political issues, I think. It is the area of international relations discipline. It's not my disciplines, but what I want to say, based on our experience in case of rice, for example, rice production, developed countries like OECD countries have officially recommend to Indonesians not to be self-sufficient countries in rice. I read the document. Yeah. Jadi negara-negara maju, developed countries, OECD, for example, memerintah Indonesia tidak perlu swasembada. No need to have the self-sufficient in soybean and so on, because they believe on free trade. But we know that free trade is not fair. Yeah. And for example, when United States promote globalization, free trade, but now you can look at what Trump said. Now it's not about free trade. Now it's about protectionism. So the consistency of United States of leaders in United States, I think now become our issue. And I think what we want to develop regarding a relationship developed and developing country is how to strengthen our diplomacy, how to strengthen our self-sufficiency in many things. And we have to make our self-confidence. Self-confidence is very important. By what? Self-confidence can be, can be raised from our capability in innovation, our capability in technology. I think what Pak Habibie said, that technology innovation is very important to make our confidence. When we have confidence, we can talk to anybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Silakan Kak Dini. Kak Dini atau Pak Kun dulu? Iya, silakan Pak Kun. Nggak sabar memang, ya kan? Silakan Pak, silakan.
Thank you. Tadi pertanyaannya terkait dengan developing dan world. Kalau boleh saya jawab, I think one of the things that we also looked in the McKinsey Global Institute report was the difference, right? We're talking about how a middle income country can become a high income country. So we looked at the differences between developed and developing countries in terms of the structure of the economy, particularly Indonesia. And there were two things that were striking to us. I think one was just the structure of the workforce in Indonesia today. In terms of the workforce, if you look at it, 1 in 4 of Indonesians work in middle to large companies. 3 in 4 are working in small and micro enterprises today. That's just the structure of the Indonesian workforce as it is. Now, when we looked at benchmarks of high-income countries all over the world, the ratio typically is 1 to 1. 1 working in medium and large, and 1 in micro and small. So which is not to say, therefore, that micro and small is unimportant. It's been our backbone of resilience. But what that told us is that in order to become a developed country, high-income country, we actually need to grow more of what I call the missing middle enterprises. In every high-income country, there's always a very robust mid-cap economy where it employs millions of people in that. Now, that is one difference that we saw. The second was in terms of the structure also of the sectors. And what we actually think is, what we found is, one of this is manufacturing. So we divide the economy into 4: manufacturing, agriculture, services, and natural resources. And of course, today we are predominantly agriculture and natural resources. Manufacturing was large, and it has declined somewhat as a % of contribution. And we actually think that the deindustrialization, as it's called earlier by Prof, is actually a bit premature. We probably still have quite a bit to do in terms of industrialization. And that is because we actually have a large enough market, and we have a large enough natural resource endowment for us to actually do more of industrialization. And the other one is services. In any high-income economy, it's not just low value-added services, but what they're actually growing are higher value-added services, professionals, ICT. All these are actually an important part of becoming high-income. So underlying all that, therefore, I think there is a need to actually attract more capital investments into many of these sectors, and especially to grow the SME part of Indonesia's economy. That's number one. And number two, to also invest, and here the government will play a very important role, collaborating with private sector, investing in the skills of the workforce to be able to be tailored to those particular sectors that are needed.
Thank you, Pak Kun. Silakan, Bu Dini.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, the question is also about the financial and the technology transfer. Is that correct? Yeah, so I will answer it in a very pragmatic terms in what I personally have faced, that there are funds, there are money out there. We even have situations where the investors have waited for more than a year to go into Indonesia for captive coal, to phase out captive coal, and they have money, a lot of it, but they cannot come in. So I think part of the reason I'm here is also to understand from the ground, and we'll be very happy to have conversation over dinner, what are the blockages that are maybe real or perceived by investors outside of Indonesia to allow this money to come in? Because I personally have experienced a lot of funds available and we cannot go in, right? So I think it's important to understand that on the ground, yeah.
Jadi masalahnya ada di kita. Mungkin kita belum mengatasi masalah tanpa masalah ya Bu ya.
Mungkin juga persepsi Bu.
Oh ya.
Tapi mungkin lebih banyak komunikasi bisa membantu.
Memang agak gagu kita ya, kurang komunikasi. Silakan Pak yang udah mulai ngantuk Pak dari tadi karena belum saya beri kesempatan. Boleh mic-nya? Ini yang di depan tadi, iya Bapak saya kasih Pak, daripada Bapak pindah alam mimpi Pak. Iya, izin guys, boleh dibantu? Pak Kemal masih mau tanya Pak?
Saya pikir tadi sudah nggak jadi.
Saya kasih Pak, silakan Pak.
Raja Erjan Girsang, peserta P3N nomor 070. Kami ajukan pertanyaan dalam bahasa Indonesia Pak, Bapak Ibu. Pertanyaan saya ini dalam rangka mencari suatu strategi bagaimana membentuk kolaborasi antara private company, kemudian dengan masyarakat, ormas, kemudian untuk memastikan proyek itu berjalan tidak menimbulkan konflik. Bagaimana mekanisme yang ditawarkan, khususnya untuk mungkin dari company by Freeport, mekanisme untuk mengintegrasikan hubungan private sector dengan local community dalam mendesain energi yang terbarukan. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak. Ini supaya nggak dipidana. Tapi yang kemarin itu bukan ormas loh Pak. Itu legal, ada undang-undang yang bentuk Pak. Yang kemarin ditersangkakan kan? Yang minta saham itu kan ya Pak? Harus saya perjelas dan pertegas. Pak Jen silakan. Please. Ayo mic-nya hilang.
Terima kasih atas pertanyaan Pak. Kita sudah lakukan kerjasama dengan community Pak dalam berbagai aspek ya, seperti tadi saya sampaikan ya, kita dalam hal misalnya program ekonomi ya, kemudian juga ada peternakan dan perkebunan, itu seluruh melibatkan masyarakat, kita memberdayakan masyarakat dan biasanya itu UMKM. Nah, dalam hal energi terbarukan memang saat ini kita masih belum mengarah ke sana Pak, karena kita masih mengidentifikasi ya sumber energi terbarukan. Mungkin salah satunya yang potensi adalah hydropower. Nah, tapi sampai sekarang kita masih belum mengerucut ya Pak ya, karena alamnya yang cukup challenging di sana. Apakah supply dari energi hydro ini bisa ekonomis untuk sampai ke tempat kita, mengingat jaraknya yang cukup jauh. Nah, ini yang sedang kita lihat. Energi terbarukan yang lain mungkin seperti solar power juga kita masih kaji karena kondisi alam di sana yang memang hujannya banyak. Jadi lebih banyak hujannya daripada mataharinya di sana. Jadi kita coba kaji itu juga. Nah, jadi memang kami saat ini masih rely ke batubara PLTU. Nah, kami coba sekarang ini mau transisi ke PLTG ya, dan menggunakan LNG, tapi tidak menutup kemungkinan untuk menggunakan hydro juga. Nah, nanti di sana mungkin saat pengembangannya kita bisa bekerja dengan pemerintah daerah dan melibatkan community mungkin dalam konstruksinya atau dalam proses nanti maintenance-nya atau hal-hal lainnya. Demikian Pak, terima kasih.
Iya, thank you Pak Jen. Prof, ini Prof juga harus tambahin loh Prof, sebelum nanti saya ke Pak Kun.
Baik, terima kasih.
Gimana mengintegrasikan dengan ormas ini Prof? Karena kalau nanti misalnya hari raya Prof, amplopnya makin tebal Prof itu Prof.
Baik, terima kasih. Jadi memang kolaborasi ini kan sesuatu yang menjadi keniscayaan kita ya. Ini saya mohon maaf, saya bicara pengalaman kerja supaya lebih enak, nggak pakai teori. Banyak perusahaan-perusahaan swasta sekarang memberikan support kepada kita di kampus. Alhamdulillah saat ini IPB sudah mendampingi 6.675 desa di Indonesia dalam 5 tahun ini. Ya. Sebagian dari mana? Dari swasta, Pak. Jadi swasta besar banyak menitipkan dana social responsibility-nya kepada kita dengan banyak program kombinasi. Misalnya program yang dilakukan oleh kami di IPB ada namanya One Village One CEO. One Village One CEO. Siapa CEO? CEO itu adalah mahasiswa tingkat akhir atau fresh graduate. Kemudian mereka di desa tugasnya apa? Diseminasi inovasi, membuka pasar, kemudian bisa membuka akses teknologi kepada kampus, juga membuka akses pada finansial. Hasilnya apa? Hasilnya adalah dari program itu, jadi antara ini kan petani, ya, kampus, kemudian kita berkolaborasi dengan market, tapi menjamin market itu memang tidak mudah. Ya. Meyakinkan funding juga tidak mudah. Dan alhamdulillah kami bisa mengirim banyak produk sekarang ke banyak negara. Salah satunya adalah apa? Contohnya Pak, contoh adalah tentang kotoran kambing. Kotoran kambing di desa Cipanas itu oversupply. Nah oversupply kemudian kita masuk teknologi inovasi fermentasi, kemudian kita buat media tanam. Kemudian kita ekspor ke 11 negara. Mereknya apa? Mereknya Good Thai. Ya. Serius, bener. Itu laku keras Pak. Dan sekarang sudah ekspor ke 11 negara, sukses ya. Good Thai itu sukses besar-besar ya. Dan sekarang dari istilahnya Good Thai, kita juga punya produk kopi, punya produk olahan, tempe, kemudian sampai kita juga punya cabai dari Jawa Barat sudah ekspor ke Jepang. Lagi-lagi Pak, pesantren, ada ormas, yang namanya ormas kan macam-macam Pak ya. NU Muhammadiyah juga ormas kan Pak. Ya. Dan ormas keagamaan juga banyak. Kami dengan ormas keagamaan, kemudian dengan pesantren, dengan petani, kami masuk teknologi, kita kerjasama dengan eksportir, dengan para pengusaha, sekarang masuk ke Jepang. Mengapa? Kita ekspor cabai. Mengapa cabai ke Jepang susah? Karena cabai ke Jepang itu butuh keamanan pangan tinggi. Karena membutuhkan residu pestisida sekian ppm, harus minim betul. Nah kita ini diekspor, ditolak terus ekspornya ke Jepang karena apa? Kandungan residu pestisida tinggi sekali, karena petani itu banyak menyemprot pestisida di cabai-cabai itu. Nah kami bisa menghilangkan itu dengan nanoteknologi, fine bubble. Kenapa Jepang menolak? Karena apa? Karena residu pestisida itu soal food safety. Orang yang banyak mengkonsumsi residu pestisida, banyak makan sayuran, buah-buahan yang mengandung residu pestisida, bagi laki-laki bahaya Pak. Itu bisa menurunkan hormon maskulin.
Akibatnya Prof?
Akibatnya mohon maaf kalau ada laki-laki yang
jalannya serong ke kiri, serong ke kanan.
Nah itu sebagian karena faktor makanan. Serius Pak, ini hasil riset. Faktor makanan karena mengandung residu pestisida itu dampaknya besar sekali. Makanya hati-hati Ibu sekalian kalau makan sayur-sayuran, makan buah-buahan, pastikan residu pestisida itu zero. Supaya zero gimana? Ya pakai teknologinya IPB supaya bisa bersih nanoteknologi itu.
Oke.
Supaya apa? Hormon maskulin kita tetap tinggi. Terima kasih.
Jadi intinya gunakan Good Thai. Good Thai. Iya, oke. Saya nggak percaya karena belum lihat itu barang. Oke, silakan Pak Kun. Ini gara-gara Good Thai ini.
Ini sulit untuk nyambung dari situ.
Ya boleh Pak.
Tapi kita coba. I think it's a very, it's a real question because a lot of the projects, these mega projects, they're happening in remote locations, and any small local community issue, so-called small, can actually hold back billions and billions of dollars of investments, which is why I think one of the things that we also work with companies quite often is, I always believe that CSR, Corporate Social Responsibility Fund, shouldn't be something that is non-core. It should be actually part of the core business strategy and actually should be aligned with how we actually think about activating and benefiting the local communities and everything that the core business is trying to do. Because let's face it, there is going to be environmental impact. There's going to be social impact. There's going to be all kinds of local impact felt at the local community level. And so the question is, dan sebenarnya kalau kita mempunyai miliaran dolar untuk diinvest di project, kalau kita menyisihkan beberapa persen untuk dana CSR ini, sebenarnya itu sesuatu yang perlu dipikirkan dan didiskusikan bareng dengan local community, karena setiap community in my humble experience has different needs, different wants. Some are looking at healthcare, some are looking at education, some are looking at something else. Some of them are menternak sapi, mereka disuruh menjadi pekerja di kebun sawit, tapi tetap juga mau menternak sapi. Apakah itu diizinkan oleh protokol? Kalau kita tidak izinkan ya habis itu, beres itu kebun sawitnya. So they actually have to consider each of this strategically.
Jadi harus clear ya Pak, mana yang boleh, mana yang enggak. So Bapak dan Ibu, para speakers, karena ini waktunya sudah habis, saya udah dilirik-lirik. Ya, I would like to ask closing statement based on our theme in this session, downstreaming, industrialization, and energy resilience in response to current global geopolitical changes. A sentence, a sentence, a sentence 3 kali ya. A sentence bukan paragraf apalagi buku ya. Pak Jen mau duluan Pak? Oh dari sini dulu Pak Kun, silakan Pak Kun. Pak Kun dulu.
One sentence. Jadi downstreaming, industrialisasi dan juga ketahanan energi sebenarnya ketiga-tiganya itu sangat penting dan saling memperkuat di dalam menciptakan sebuah high income economy, dan saya berharap Indonesia kita akan mencari Indonesian way untuk menjadikan ketiga-tiganya jadi.
Itu aja Pak?
Itu aja.
Oke, kita kasih tepuk tangan. Jadi ada harapan besar momen ini bisa menelurkan Indonesia Way itu tadi ya. Made in Indonesia strategy. Budin?
Yes, so Indonesia can lead, not follow, but can lead in this energy transition. It looks at its resources strategically and leverage for the economy and the geopolitical positioning.
Terima kasih, tepuk tangan Bapak Ibu sekalian. Bisa kok jadi lead, nanti tergantung leadernya siapa, mudah-mudahan di tangan Pak Prabowo ya Bu. Jangan ada lagi reshuffle Bu, nanti nggak konsisten aturannya.
Yang diperlukan adalah optimisme untuk mewujudkan hilirisasi dan reindustrialisasi yang berbasis pada material-material yang bersifat biofuel, bioenergi, seluruh bio. Saya kira itu adalah masa depan kita termasuk biomaterial.
Tepuk tangan Bapak Ibu sekalian. Pak Jen silakan Pak, walaupun tempat Bapak nggak bio nggak apa-apa Pak.
Oke, kalau dari saya downstream to create structural change for the Indonesian economy.
Oke, tepuk tangan. Rotok ke Inggris yang terakhir dan aku gak kerungu wis sore. Baik Bapak Ibu sekalian, roaming kan? Nah, oke. Bapak Ibu sekalian, terima kasih once again to all speakers for your perspective and hopefully what have you said or you presented to all of them, ya kan? Ini bisa give some recommendation, of course, for develop our country, especially in this policymaker ya. So our policy became consistent, ya kan? Karena ada beberapa kata, and government can make prioritization, just like mentioned by Pak Kun dan Bu Dini, and also use bio seperti yang di-mention sama Pak Prof. And also build collaboration between all the stakeholders. Once again, thank you, big applause Bapak Ibu sekalian. Iya, sambil dia nunggu naik, saya kasih closing aja ya Bapak Ibu sekalian dengan pantun, karena saya buka dengan pantun. Mana pantun gue tadi hilang kan ya? Oh ini. Ombak berdebar di tepi pantai, perahu nelayan berlayar tanpa ragu. Mari bersatu kuatkan hilirisasi dan industri untuk masa depan energi yang mandiri. Tepuk tangan Bapak Ibu sekalian. Ya agak nggak nyambung ya, udah sore.
Terima kasih, thank you very much our moderator. Udah selesai pantunnya ya?
Udah.
Oke, emang paling mantul. Terima kasih banyak moderator. Let's give a big round of applause ladies and gentlemen to all the speakers and the moderator for the second plenary of the day. And with this, we would like to deliver a token of appreciation, so please come forward just 1 or 2 steps. And for this, we'd like to invite the Governor of Lemhannas to deliver the appreciation to all of our speakers, as well as moderator of the day. Ya, silakan Bapak Gubernur. Very insightful discussions indeed, and a lot of smilings and laughing I heard from behind the stage. Yeah. Nobody slept during the session, yeah? No need for coffee. All right. Once again, terima kasih banyak. Thank you very much. Bapak Jan Pino, thank you for your time and contribution to this plenary session, and also to Professor Ari. Thank you very much. And also to our next speaker, thank you very much, Ibu Dini. Mr. Kuntitan, thank you for the insights as well. There was a lot of mind-opening session during the second plenary session today. And the last but not least, to our moderator. Thank you so much to have led this plenary 2 of the Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2025. Dr. Manohara, thank you. And let's have a group picture together. And for this, I would like to invite the Vice Governor of Lemhannas, if you please come forward, and the Deputy, as well as the Chair of Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2025, to also join this group photo sessions with all the speakers and moderator of the second plenary. All right, if everyone's ready, don't forget to pose and smile to the cameras in 3, 2, 1. One more time. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Thank you, speakers. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Governor, Vice Governor, Deputy, and also the Chair of Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2025. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to all speakers, moderator, and also to our event on the first day of Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2025. And with this, we conclude the day 1 of JGF 2025. We warmly invite everyone to attend the welcome dinner that will be held this evening at 7 p.m. and it will be held at this hotel, Borobudur Hotel Jakarta. We kindly ask you to also return the translation devices if you have used so. We're looking forward as well to join you tomorrow morning for the continuation of this forum, and it starts at 8:30 a.m. for the 3rd and 4th plenary session. Once again, on behalf of the committee, thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. I am Rahma Alia signing off for the day. Om Santi Santi Om, good afternoon. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.